CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
go for the yellow play. This
It's
is
about
going to be a stretch,
5,000. They
though.
might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now. And
This
they're
can
just
happen.
waiting and waiting. Rest is
This-
very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nasty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close it. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knocked
two
up on
man.
Nasty. Do they have the damage? Hana taking low in this, but not gone down just yet. There goes Holland, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting an R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. The double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
Now has bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in, the steal, no. It goes to Beyond Gaming, but now for DCG to have to
They're
get out of
funneled in.
Finji's angle. He kites on back the ulti
Understand.
from Hana again. This buy not working out.
Bar. Winging it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call the Forge God does knock up a few, but there's just no following through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Olo is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with the wild growth but gets caught down. Yumi once again stepping up. Skywing even getting the kill credit on this one and Unified. Just Sparkshot back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Furry out to fight? I don't even think he does. No, Spike for the help. PSG just running.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
for the yellow play. This
It's
is
about
going to be a stretch,
5,000. They
though.
might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them
Still,
off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now. And
This
they're
can
just
happen.
waiting, invading rest is
This-
very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nasty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close this one. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knocked
two
up on
man.
Nasty. Do they have the damage? Hana taken low in this, but not done down just yet. There goes Holland, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting an R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. The double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
Now it's bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in the steal. No, it goes to Beyond Gaming. But now for DCG to have to
They're
get out
funneled
of
in.
Finji's angle. He kites on back the ulti
Sent.
from Hana again. This buy not working out.
Bar. Waiting it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call the Forge God does knock up a few, but there's just no following through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Olo is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with the wild growth but gets caught down. Yumi once again stepping up. Kaiwing even getting the kill credit on this one in Unified. Just Sparkster back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Murray out to fight? I don't even think he does. No,
Smite for
Smite
help.
for the help. PSG just running.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone want to be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
Look to maybe go for the yellow play. This
It's
is
about
going to be a stretch,
5,000 there might
though.
trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them
Still,
off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's gonna go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's
Oh.
kind of pulled off right now. And
This
they're
can
just
happen.
waiting, invading rest is very low. He steals it. Oh wait, Gemini managing it. Nasty around the side. They're gonna turn this one into a massive cyclone, but the push away defensive move from Pretender.
Kurt.
He can't quite close this one. Kurt getting
Those
that
get
knocked
too
on
bad.
Nasty. Do they have the damage? Hana taken low in this, but not gone down just yet. There goes Holland, the first casualty
Pretender
of
on the
this
side.
fight. Pretender looks for the flank, but he's already used his big tools. Leaky goes in, getting an R back. They find Kurt. Eats the damage, taken out by Nesty. The chase is on. Eminem, he cleanses through, but maybe a little too late as he gets hit by the orb on the back half. The double kill. Nesty on the chase, looking for more as he goes golden. Might have gone too far, but he flashes forward, getting a triple kill into the charm, and he will get out scot-free.
Oh my god, the play coming in.
GG now has a bit of spaces. Solar Flare comes on through, but the Vault Breaker in the steal. No, it goes to Beyond Gaming. But now for DCG to have to
They're
get out of
funneled in.
Gigi's angle. He kites on back. The ulti
100%.
from Hana again. This fire not working out.
Bar. Winging it out, but
Boy, here he goes. Once again, a great setup into the Gnar. That call the Forge God does knock up a few, but there's just no following through. Eminem trying to stay alive through it all as he finds Nesty on the opposite side, but Hana comes through to give him some relief, and Holo is left out in the dark, left in the cold. Pretender now going to be isolated. Nesty nearly bites it, but it doesn't matter in the end. They still take him down. Do not lose a member. Quite a weird situation. Kongi does eat the charm. That could be all the difference they need as he goes in with the wild growth but gets popped down. Yumi once again stepping up. Skywing even getting the kill credit on this one. And Unified just Sparcher back away to safety. Rock in the middle with the dominance. Does he have enough damage to take Murray out to fight? I don't even think he does. No, he's fighting for the help. PSG just running.
Eyes on the road, sky turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline. The urge in my soul, gotta let go. I've had enough of the hard times. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon. The horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? 'Cause I got the current to guide me. Let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I start anew. Sky turns to blue. Waving goodbye to the moonlight. I'm gonna drive, follow the lines, leading me into a new life. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon. The horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? 'Cause I got the current to guide me. Let it guide.
又是 Alex 的一个壁咚。
准备要在这一波将巅峰人全员冲掉。
打了一个位置，又是第3个了。两个是拿了一个大手，开始持续的追击。现在的话，朴成上的 triple， 这一波手上换了一个治愈，多你一个治愈，最后这边点输了。
红魔的一个推，拿着突防盲pier效果把小林给推了回去。
Hey everybody, welcome to the PCS Summer Playoffs. Only a few more matches remain before we crown our Kings of Summer. See which of our teams are going off to Worlds. Before we get into that, I do want to thank our sponsors to kick things off. CTBC Bank, well, they got a finalist, and they are, of course, our sponsor as well. And China Airlines in this playoffs. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. I'm joined by Clement on this broadcast for tonight's show. We are bringing you an elimination bout between PSG Talon and Deep Cross Gaming. Clement, how the heck are you, man?
I'm doing terrific, and I'm ready to finally see who PCS is going to be sending to Worlds. We've already seen the champions from LCK. We've seen the champions from LPL yesterday night in a great series. And after 3 more matches, PCS will decide at the same time who is our number 1 and number 2 seed going to Worlds this time.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what's going to be joining CTBC Flying Oyster, of course, who have secured themselves a spot at Worlds 2022. But it remains to be seen whether they will be in the regular stage or the play-ins. And we now know how the pools are going to break down too, so exciting to see the teams shaking out in there. But for tonight's match, of course, this is not for a world spot directly, but it is still for the chance to compete. And I think the biggest surprise is the fact that we're seeing PSG Talon at this stage. This is the lowest that they have actually been in some time competing, because they had what appeared to be the misfortune of meeting our finalist CFO in their opening round. And that, if you remember, was an absolute banger of a match. 5-game series, back and forth right to the end. And we're going to take a look at how things have broken down so far. Yeah, CFO in the finals. That's going to all happen on Sunday, September the 4th at 5 p.m. local time. But for tonight, PSG Deep Cross, the winner of that, faces Megabank Beyond Gaming for another shot at the finals. And I think any of these 4 teams could do it, Clement.
We're starting all the way from the bottom and going all the way to the top. So PSG DCG today, and afterwards 3 more days to settle all of it. Now we're going to be taking a look at each of their journeys here. PSG, as you mentioned, they had a lot of difficulty in the early game versus CFO, and even against JE Team, they had to have massive comeback wins, a 14-2 kill game where they actually managed to win by sneaking a couple of Barons back. And on the flip side for DCG, this has also been a very weird run for them. We did not expect them to bomb out against Beyond Gaming 3-0, but then again, we also did not expect them to sweep Frank Esports. They have been, I think they have been a very difficult team to judge, because their usual lanes in the bottom side haven't been working so well, but Leaky and Nesty have definitely stepped up to carry them through.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and I think that there is some faith across the board in PSG Talon, but the Deep Cross Gaming squad, Nightstar, is pulling for him this time around. It definitely thinks that they have the potential to knock off PSG, and hey, you know what? Maybe there is something to it, Clement. There's always a possibility. Last time these 2 teams met, in Week 4, is the first time Deep Cross has managed to beat PSG.
Yeah, if you look at the overall record, it is 6 wins in favor of PSG, but the last one did go in the favor of DCG, the lower seed here. And I think a big part of it was because of that top lane. Leaky is currently on fire. In playoffs, he is averaging 600 extra gold difference at 15. He's been dominating his lane, and that is the biggest advantage I'd give it over to DCG. I think their top side has been doing very well. On the flip side for PSG, as we go through the roster, there's just way too many teams in this league. I feel like their biggest weakness has been their early game. Bury has had a very abysmal showing in terms of matching games or really getting ahead in farm. And Gori and Hanabi also have been very quiet. Their shining spot has actually been their bottom side, where Unified and Kaiwi have been able to get those 2v2 kills in lane by themselves, and they look a lot better than their regular season performance.
Yeah, that's definitely been a step up for them, and I think it was a worrying trend to see
how they had fallen by the wayside in the regular split, but it's picked back up in the postseason. They've hit a stride again, and that could certainly cover some of the weaknesses we've seen on display. For Hanabi, I would like to see what he can do too, because he's been put back on the weak side duty. And honestly, after that game against Leaky in week 4, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still having nightmares about that Mordekaiser. Might be worth a ban. As we take a look at Deep Cross Gaming, Leaky, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, Woody, I do think this team has been performing so heavily in the top side. Leaky has gone back to carries, and it has been really, really good to see him. Nesty, of course, he's a great roamer. It doesn't really necessarily play up in the lane as much, but always have to keep an eye on a potential, it's basically double jungle at that point. But for Kriskata and Woody, I'm looking to see them step it up again, because if Unified and Kaiwing get back on the board, I think Deep Cross's bottom lane can do the same, and that is going to determine a lot of this early game.
Absolutely. I feel like for Deep Cross Gaming, going over their strengths and weaknesses, they're super creative. They have a super strong top side. But in terms of their weaknesses, their bottom lane has been failing the laning phase quite hard. We just don't see Kriskata with the normal amount of contribution. And here comes it into the top side. I think on 12.14, you have to hand it to Leaky. He's been giving a lot more carries, especially the Aatrox pick. We have to look for that one, and the Renekton as well. On the other side for Hanabi, he has his Ornn, but it's always banned away from him. So he's actually looking a bit thin on the champion pools. I think both Gnar and Gangplank have been nerfed on this patch. And if you just look at the gold difference at 14, that's a marked difference right there. A very, very strong showing from Leaky. I expect DCD to play through the top side.
I would think so as well, because they don't only have Hana to be able to go up there, they have the possibility of Nesty as well. And on the other side, Hanabi, he is left on an island, and lately it's been even more true. Like you talked about Buri not really having a great early game showing. He never goes top lane, and the roams don't tend to come through for Hanabi, so he gets himself into the situations where he has to survive, and that's why his numbers don't look quite so hot. As we get into picks and bans for game number 1 here, we'll start off with PSG on the blue side. They take away the Lucian. That's a champion that Kriskata's had a lot of success on, but Unified just doesn't play. And the Talia, also a hot ticket ban against the heavy roam Nesty. Deep Cross get rid of Azir and Callista, doing their homework on both sides.
Can I just say that I called this out? We were talking in pregame, and I told you
did.
PSG, they have to ban the Talia, and for Nesty, they had to ban the Azir. These are two champions that each other team's mid laner does not play very well. Nesty hasn't had a single game of Azir, and on the other side, Ori, they just can't play tempo. PSG is much more of a late game team. They are averaging 38 minutes, the most of any postseason team here. So they know, I think, I'll be honest, I don't think we'll ever see them play something like the Callista plus the Talia combo.
No, I don't think so. And it's not going to happen this game for sure, as they're both banned away. It's funny you actually mentioned it. Yeah, late game team, especially PSG in the postseason. But both these teams in the regular split have also been like our slowest teams in general from average game time. So it's kind of curious to see how this series is going to go. It could be in for a long one, especially with comeback mechanics on the board, both sides. Silas, the final ban for Deep Cross. I do like that one. It does leave the Sivir open, and we have talked about the Sivir Yuumi composition. With Yuumi being left up, Deep Cross know they can add it to their own comp. Maybe go for the Zeri as well for Kriskata. Let him pop off with the cat. And, well, we'll see if the Zeri comes through this time around. And I think so.
Yeah, we were talking about the strengths of DCG, and one of it is just their champion pool options against the Sivir. They play Draven, Callista, and Lucian, so they have a lot of games where they will be willing to let Sivir through and try to counter it, or if not, they're happy with the Zeri trade as well. I think overall, PSG does prefer to play with range a little bit more. They haven't actually done a lot of rundown compositions. They're usually playing something like Azir Zeri or Azir Aphelios. I would say that those are the comps that they're most comfortable with. So I think DCG, this is a bit more of a takeaway where they're just going, you know what, we can hand you over the Sivir, but we're going to take away your best options. And Ahri is a huge one for both of these players. Our prediction was that Nesty would be willing to play Lissandra versus Ahri from the side of Gori, and we're seeing that happen right here. Nesty actually loves to roam around and has a great Lissandra himself, not too worried about the Ahri Gori coming out.
Yeah, the Lissandra in previous splits we usually look to be like this, oh, it's just like the LeBlanc neutralizer, right? And it wasn't very exciting. In Nesty's hands, that's absolutely not the case. He uses his champion to great effect, gets very well around the map, and they already have a fair bit of mobility built in. Don't forget those zoomies can come out, and Woody has been pretty solid on the roam, if I must say. And now into ban phase 2, the attention shifts to the top side with both bots and mid lanes being filled out. The Orin banned away from Hanabi as to be expected. PSG focusing on Hana's champion pool and not letting him have the Viego.
So if I'm looking at this, PSG probably wants the Renekton the most because it would fit with their power spikes overall. You have these champions that I would say... And, hey, me here?
Still here?
Oh,
looks like we're working on getting some tech stuff resolved. So pardon that brief interruption, but we'll just keep going through the picks and bans here, and hopefully we'll get Clement back in just a moment. The Vibe being banned away from Bury does mean that Deep Cross are focused on not letting a single target get fully locked down in this one. You see the Renekton getting banned away by PSG themselves, and that, I think, is a bit of a surprise.
yeah, absolutely here. As DCG go for the big Aatrox. This is the new pick on 12.14 with a lot more HP added into the mid game. He really joins those fights, has much more time before he starts slowing down. I think it's a straight pickup here. They don't need to worry too much about it.
I think so too.
And there they go.
So this is blind into Hanabi. I mean, it's kind of a bold statement to just say, all right, well, you know, we've already gotten rid of Renekton, so what else have you got? Like, it's your Gnar. Maybe you try to play something back a little more defensive. The Sejuani is another option we've talked about for both Hanabi and Bury, but I haven't really liked it as much from Hanabi. He definitely has a much more comfortable presence on this Gnar. He gets a lot of value out of it, but this is a matchup that Deep Cross were ready for.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick. It does work against Aatrox earlier on, but I don't think it fits with the rest of the comp. The rest of the comp is trying to get these quick engages off, and Gnar is very situational. I do not expect Bury to pick this champion. There's basically zero chance. What he usually goes for is something like the Poppy, and there we go.
Yeah, no, I was holding out hope for just like, I'm like, I don't think it's gonna happen. It's more of a flash to Hana. I like remember when this champ was good and you played it. But the Poppy I do like because even though Bury hasn't been super active or aggressive, this is a champion that can give you so much influence in the game where you can turn a fight in your favor. PSG are good on the set plays. They're good when they know a fight is coming, and this Poppy can let them even those odds in their favor. Now, with the final lock-in, it is actually going to be the Sejuani, so we've got a bit of a tank matchup up top, and Leaky opting into this to try and give them, Hana taking that one as they will get the trade away. Missed the Aatrox for half a second in my brain. But either way, it gives Hana opportunities to set up pick plays. They can now focus their attention on Hanabi topside if they want to just bully this Gnar into submission, or they can try to give Gory a hard time, who has been the big win condition for PSG. I think Deep Cross have found themselves a pretty strong draft. It maybe isn't the tankiest, but it certainly can be quite bruiser heavy.
If you look at the top side, that's definitely where DCG is going to focus. They have so much crowd control here, and they have the ability to kind of snowball these matchups quite heavily in both sides. Aatrox is one of those champions that, if you leave him to his own versus the Gnar, it typically is a Gnar favored matchup. But what we've seen is once, especially on 12.14 after the HP nerfs to the Gnar, if you get a couple kills in, that is definitely a matchup that can then sort of flip around. So I do see DCG just trying to get early points into the top side and try to play for Herald. Meanwhile, for PSG, I think this is one of those compositions that's going to be a little bit more difficult to execute. I think they're lacking a little bit of consistent engage coming from their topside champions. Both the Gnar and the Poppy actually function a little bit better as counter engage. So PSG have a little bit of I would say a less of a focus in terms of their rundown composition.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say, and we'll have to see if it ends up punishing them, or perhaps they can find a way to win here. Up against the side of Deep Cross Gaming are #1 and #2 seeds finding themselves in a do-or-die lower bracket brawl here. The chance to face off against Beyond Gaming, the chance to then head to the finals and guarantee yourself a spot at the World Championships. It's all on the line. You cannot afford to drop the series as PSG starting out with a bit of sneaky.
Ooh.
Find anything there.
Yep, see this quite often from PSG. They do like to go for these level 1s when they do have a crowd control advantage. As you said, they're not going to get anything here. And just taking a look at the jungle positions here, I do think we're going to see PSG Bury start out on the top side. He doesn't have all that much to do in the top side, so he probably wants to transition over towards the bottom side. We have seen a lot of these early ganks do just happen for the Nautilus lane. And Nautilus, again, as a reminder, has been historically our most successful champion in the PCS postseasons.
Yeah. It's not even close. It really, it's like Leona is another big one, but that's like when you can't get Nautilus. And very high forward position here for Unified and Kaiwing, but they pop out the bushes. Chris Scott and Woody should be wise to this, at least to some extent, on that level 1. Wouldn't expect the full-on kills to come through just yet. Both with the Coles playing it out for the later game. Yeah, this isn't CFO versus Beyond. This isn't Wako versus Shun, where you're like, if you blink, you will literally miss a 2v2 kill. As I say it, though, they go in and find Chris Scotta. Good early play, burns the cleanse on both sides, as well as the ignite from Kaiwing, and a great start already to this lane.
Yeah, and to my surprise, we also have Sejuani coming down to this lane, so both of these bottom lanes are angling for the potential 3v3. I would have to say that early on, this definitely favors the side of PSG, because they can start fights a lot easier than the side of PSG can in this situation. So we'll see how DCG decides to treat this wave, but I don't think they can afford to push.
No, I don't think so either. So things will probably settle down a little bit after that. One thing that I do want to keep my eye on is what Bury ends up doing. We have criticized him for his performance, or you could almost say lack thereof. He's been a little invisible. So I want to keep an eye actively on this player and see if he helps out in the laning phase, if he responds to the jungle pressure that Hana is sure to put out here in some of these lanes as the game goes on.
Yep, the Mandarin broadcast just calls Bury a smite bot, but so far that's all he needed to do, really. Hana coming in for a gank is going to get pincered. So.
Saw Bury behind him.
Yeah,
hey, that's good tracking, though, right? Like, he saw something could be happening. He moves in there. He's actually going to look to at least get a nice wall bang onto Hana. It's a good trade with both junglers on the double buffs, and he actually starts to push his attention as the hook falls in down bot. Chris Scott is caught again. They don't really have the kill threat, but they certainly have great trading power here. And Bury has not let up. It's almost like he heard us.
Yeah, this is a great play
bot.
Here. He's getting those HP advantages, and you can see right now, Ahri early on does get that shove in versus the Lissandra. So PSG is now able to control the bottom side. We have low HP on Chris Scotta, so in comes the dive.
For the setup now. No cleanse, has flash, might need to use it, and here we go. Immediately into the wall bang flash as well. First blood given to Unified, about as clean as you could like.
Yeah, I'll just love the engage right there coming in from both sides. You can see 2 flashes expended early on. Kaiwing goes in, makes sure he gets the crowd control, and after Bury manages to secure the kill, instantly flashes out and avoids all of the tower damage as well. So really nicely done. They also get the kill allocation on the right person here as well. PSG, and this is what I was saying, I did expect their bot lane to win out and for DCD to try and do a little bit more on this.
Yeah, but it was Bury that actually got the setup for it, right? I mean, that's really great to get it. It was really well executed. He was able to tank through the aggro because they did it so fast. He just immediately goes for the charge and flash, and not a lot you can do about it. Chris Scotta knows he doesn't even have a chance to get out of there. Kaiwing roams up, gets a little bit of vision coverage as well in case the secondary follow-through gank comes through, and we're seeing this bot lane get back to form. Clement, we were wondering where they were, what was going on, why they were just kind of looking a little middling. Maybe Unified forgot how to lane, maybe Kaiwing forgot how to ward. Now they're back. It's good to see.
In the regular season, we had this interview from PSG where they were talking to Kaiwing, and Kaiwing didn't even put their duo in the top 3 in the PCS. He just said, we're kind of out of form at this moment, so the top 3 is Frank, DCG, and I believe the third one they actually gave to... Oh, we could talk about that later. Bury's in trouble.
Well, making ourselves a little bit of a start here is Bury. He's in some trouble. I think he might die. Meanwhile, on bottom, Chris Scotta is under fire again. So Bury does go down from the roam play. Chris Scotta lives.
And the net result is Deep Cross even out the gold or even out the kill count. All right.
You know, really nice find there. Just going over to Bury, knowing he doesn't have a flash. They all in on him. Now Cascada does have to run away from the hook. So far, he's been having a hard time with these.
Got no flash. Yeah, this is a rough lane for Cascada. Rookie performer. Really hyped coming into the spring split, or rather, didn't know anything about him until he started performing, and he opened a lot of eyeballs, and honestly might have been our rookie of the split if not for Shun.
Absolutely, but you know, this postseason, it's really weird to see, but DCG has been forced to switch up their strategy. I don't think any of their typical bot lane play has been working out. What they used to do in the regular season is you just try to roam Nesty towards your bot lane. Everyone has a party down there. For playoffs, we've been seeing way too many of these just laning mishaps. Against Wako and Kino this happened, and now it's happening again versus PSG. I just think they've been a little bit vulnerable to just a lot of the crowd control in lane itself. If you think about this game, it's already so many hooks that we've just seen go through from Kaiwing. There's already 3 hooks that went through in the laning phase, and this is kind of the result you get from that.
Yeah, it's a massive differential in farm too, like almost 20 CS at the moment because they've just been able to zone the Zeri so effectively. Woody hasn't really been able to have much of an impact on this Yuumi, and wouldn't you know it, Bury's right back to the scene of the crime. The saving grace right now is that the Aatrox is winning up top without any intervention, but that's a small cold comfort down bottom because I feel like we're watching this on repeat. Cascada's almost dead again, and there we go. Bury, he just jumps out of the bushes and says, boo. But now they're going to bring Gory down even further, who's also been having a great time against Nesty. This is plates for Unified, and this Sivir is accelerating. Man.
And there's so much that's wrong with this one, because if you look at the levels, it's not just about the gold. There's a decided EXP advantage. You're going to have Kaiwing hit level 6 first. They can just run into tower range, have the Poppy tank the tower, and then it's guaranteed to engage onto Cascada again. So this bot lane is basically unplayable right now for DCG. They have to look for something tough, and I almost anticipate them to try to make a very forced play top lane, try to switch the lanes around, or go into a Herald fight. Straight up laning phase bot is not a viable thing anymore for them.
Absolutely, they have to make a change at the moment. You're just looking at like double daggers and sword for Cascada, who's just on a bargain bucket of items to try and maintain relevance. But now, with how hefty elite it is, you have the roam through. Nesty has no idea that Kaiwing is waiting in the wings. Doesn't have vision here, but he is playing respectfully to the point where Kaiwing even sweeps out that brush. They're looking to set this up. If they can land a charm, they can take Nesty down a peg, but yeah, Deep Cross are fully on the defensive here, and I think that's the surprise that they haven't opted to make a change already. It does mean Cascada gets a little bit more time to safely farm this out and try to hit level 6, but the Zeri is so far behind at this point.
And in with the ultimate.
As they find Kaiwing! Moo! Nesty right over the wall. Not much you can do about that one, as Gory was not ready for the play. Does send the Orb of Deception back in to shave off some of Nesty's health bar. Unified comes in on the hunt, finds a Boomerang Blade, but a nice pickoff from Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, I love the decisiveness coming in from that one. Hana was out of vision range. He knew he had a slight moment before the pink was going to go down. Just pulls the trigger, and Nesty able to join over the wall before the Ahri. But in the meantime, Bury also getting his pick of the objectives here. So what I'm seeing on the map is Sivir and Kaiwing are about to be let free from the bottom side, as they're most likely just going to drop it there, head for the Drake, and start moving Unified and Kaiwing with that on the hunt across the map.
Yeah, despite the kill onto Kaiwing, I don't think PSG are really worried about what's going on in this one. The Herald picked up early on, means that's a good takeaway. They can also start to turn their attention towards the Dragon, and we're starting to see, PSG just having better objective control. They are a slow team. We talked about how they're not great at the tempo, but Deep Cross have not really challenged them in that regard, and it's kind of what they're known for a little bit. And all of a sudden, this bottom lane, once again under threat. Kaiwing's actually the one roaming. They're going to drop the Herald, force Cascada out of lane at least. Woody doesn't even have 6, so they couldn't even counterplay with the final chapter. They rely on Hana. They're going to bring him in. No ultimate available for that Sejuani either. They get the ward out, but the tower is already gone. That's full plates given over. They knock Hana in. This is a 3v3. Might just try to shepherd the Shelly in or use this as a distraction. Get themselves another dragon. Or the first one, rather.
They're just going to push this one in. Very standard play here, and there's honestly no response from DCG. They're missing one ultimate from the side of Woody, so they can't contest this whatsoever. In the meantime, I do want to point out Leaky is trying his best to go for a win lane build. If you look at it, he's already got the serrated Dirk, which is not the usual gore drinker that we've seen people go for. This could be an Eclipse build on his part.
Leaky is definitely on a mission to try and win this one.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about Hanabi, right? Like, there's been no jungle attention except for Hana sniffing up there a couple of times. Nesty has been actually locked up in lane, and even though he's roamed and gotten a kill, that's pretty much been the end of it. Hanabi's kind of the weak side king, right? Like, he's not going to win this lane, but it doesn't matter. He's still Gnar. He's still going to have those big megas, and the set plays are still going to be huge. Leaky gets the Eclipse. That is value, but he has to do something with it. They got to hard shove this.
Yeah, he needs to actually win the solo in the top side, but it's going to be pretty difficult. You already have the Gnar. I think if you look at the gold here, Gnar's 400 gold down. That really isn't all that much for him, and he's gotten the full purview of items that give him extra movement speed. So he's just going to play pure disengage into the top side, and I feel like DCG, because they lost their bot lane so hard, Hana just didn't have the time to go top and put enough punishment on Hana, on Hanabi, excuse me, to make this Leaky lane work.
Yeah, and that was what we talked about, right? The bot lane was going to determine a lot of what deep process options were going to be, because the game plan most likely was, and probably still is, to try and win through that top side, but you have to shift things up now, maybe send that top down to bottom. Leaky going to run into Gory here as the lane assignments kind of reassess themselves. Nesty shouldn't have too much of a problem against Hanabi, but really for PSG, like, they're just getting these little advantages, which is what they've been known to do, and they've got the Sivir win condition starting to roll forward. Kraken Slayer well completed, already sitting on a Zeal. The Cole's done. Like, you're so far ahead of the Zeri, it's laughable at this point. And Kaiwing can just do Kaiwing things, roam around the map, get the vision, set up plays, and they transition those into map movements. We got already the first dragon taken away. The next one's going to be an Infernal. Battle stats important. And that means unless it's a Cloud, we're going to have a very important rift for PSG.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at this one, DCG, they still need time to kind of farm up on Leaky. The build that Leaky has is very much lane focused. He has the Comet here that's not really a rune that does a lot for you in terms of the team fighting. So the way DCG likely want to play this is through split pushing and picking and just getting Leaky ahead. Right now, they can't even find a person to lane against Leaky. So I think PSG are doing the right thing here. They're forcing the issue. They're going into this posture where it's going to be more about objectives. They have the Herald on their eye, and they have the rotational advantage as you have both Kriskata and Leaky trying to pick up farm by themselves.
Yeah, Unified just getting the push in there, stopping anything that Nesty would like to do with this lane. Meanwhile, down bottom, Leaky has rejoined Hanabi, so at least they can continue their laning, and that does favor the Aatrox as it's been going. But Hanabi hasn't given up a death, and that's all he has to do right now.
Yep.
Plates are done.
So far, DCG are still in farm mode, so the best they can do is prevent something from happening topside. They still want a little bit more time to farm up and actually be able to contest this Herald. So I don't think we're going to see much action unless there's a mistake from DCG in these, I think these 2 minutes coming up here.
Woo! That's a Phantom Dancer.
Woo. That is fast.
Unified has 2 items at 14.5 minutes. That's... oh boy. That could be trouble.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about this, but this is what happens when you get, I believe he got the full 5 plays bot lane, and also
he did. He got all of them off the Herald charge.
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, it's just PSG understanding their win condition, right? Like, this is what this team is so good at. When they don't get punished enough, when teams don't out-contest them on objectives, when teams don't surprise them with unpredictable movements, they find wins, just almost inevitably, it feels like. And they're just so good at controlling the pace and the tempo of the game when they have those early advantages. And here we are. Yeah, 15 minutes on the clock. It's a 7,000 gold in the pocket of PSG. That's making up a big chunk of the overall lead, which is at about 1,500. But that doesn't account for, the Herald take. It doesn't account for the Dragon that's already on the board and the fact that they're in good position to set up for this next one, the Infernal, in 30 seconds.
You know what's crazy? Like, most of the times in games, we don't get 4 items before the game ends. So, Unified
I
already
mean,
over
PSG
halfway
games,
there.
though. Yeah, and PSG games are a little long, remember?
That's true,
Long
that's
average
true.
game time, especially in the postseason. I don't
No
think this one's
contest
going
here.
38, though, admittedly.
Yeah, we don't even have a Mythic from Prescott by the second Herald, and they just have to give this
Oh,
one
there
up
it
and
goes.
farm even more. So PSG are going to
Good
have a
Drake, too.
dominating lead, and I don't see a scenario where you really have Leaky in the side lane. I feel like Leaky has, you know, kind of forced himself into this build. He wants to go in a 1v1 situation, but PSG are so accelerated that you're never going to find them split up.
Yeah, now they're grouping at the moment, right in the mid lane, and they get the wall bang immediately into Nesty.
Oh,
He goes gold to buy himself a little bit of time as the final chapter goes wide on the side.
coming in.
And Leaky comes in off the teleport, but the team fight, will he be able to do it to turn things around?
Whirlwinder in.
He looks for Gory, dashes out, Furry hold in as well, but doesn't really matter. They do take him down, and that opens up hostilities to Deep Cross to keep everybody else alive, but Nesty falls down. Gory finding him on the Spirit Rush. It makes it a 1-for-1 trade that still favors PSG, despite not having their jungler.
They can chase us
They
down.
have the opportunity to keep the play. Here we go, Leaky going in, looking for another. He finds Kaiwing, but a turn on him immediately, looking for a little extra
can
damage.
they
He
get
limps
away?
away, but the chase is on the flash forward, looking for the auto. They'll find him on the hit, and Gory gets himself another kill on the board. Looks like they're going to go for the back away, knowing Deep Cross can't contest on that Drake.
Yeah, it does look like PSG are just going to reset this one for a while and come again with a stronger item advantage here. But I would say overall, this isn't all too bad for DCG. They got the kill and assist onto Leaky. He was able to get a lot of gold into his pocket. And if you're from DCG's perspective, you want this action to happen. You actually want to get to critical breakpoints with the Zeri, get your mythic item up. And this next fight is going to be a lot closer. So obviously, PSG, they wanted to charge down Nesty. They don't actually get the burst, and that allows Leaky enough time to get into this fight. Gets a lot of flashes down right here. And overall, I would say that, yes, PSG do walk away with a little bit more gold here, but if I'm DCG, I'm okay with this fight. I got a little bit on the board. I got Leaky ahead in terms of the Gnar.
And they reset in time for the Dragons, so this is actually going to turn into a flip. But keep your eyes on Gory to see if he can set the play up. A crucial charm could make all the difference. The Gnar bar for Hernabi's up here. Deep Cross, they're sensing danger, and they have eyes on Gory now. But Leaky's not backing down. They want to contest this. Deep Cross are looking ready for the flip, but here's Kaiwing. He finds Hana. Very tanky member, though. In goes Nesty. They look for more. They find that Glacial Prison onto Kaiwing, though. It's not what they wanted, but they steal away the Dragon. All the same, take Bury out of the fight. So far, Deep Cross are the ones finding it. A big Gnar pushes them against the wall, but Gory comes in for a second win. However, his team was not ready for that. Charm lands, but he's on the run. He doesn't want them coming towards him. And Deep Cross walk away with the prize.
A couple big things right there. We just saw Nesty actually kind of bait with the Glacial Path. He gets the Steadfast Presence early from Bury, and then the rest of DCG are able to go in without that ability. So actually a very interesting bait right there. Just wasting a lot of PSG defensive abilities preemptively, and DCG actually walk away with a beautiful cut. Bury not able to join the fight. Bury falls down, I believe, in the end, and DCG managed to pick up the Infernal.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. They cut some Dragon stacks. Also, critically, we've got ourselves a Hextech Rift as well, so this makes these objective setups so much more chaotic, so much more fun. Both these teams are really good at utilizing them as well. I think of all of our teams, the PCS, they're some of the more creative. And yeah, I mean, Nesty has been stacking up kills just quietly in this game. And the Lissandra, well, you don't typically think of her as like a big bursty carry. We've seen Nesty do just that a few times. And Leaky, despite building for this lane dominance, has actually had a really, really great team fight presence back to back now.
I think the Yuumi plus Aatrox combo is one that's been very popular in the past and one we tend to forget. We do see Bury already charging up the armor. Boop. We're going to get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, just bop him out there. Gory, meanwhile, will be able to take a tower down. So PSG continued to extend the gold lead. But critically, their game plan, I think, with the Dragons has been a bit delayed. Those battle stats are huge for Deep Cross, even though it's just going to be a single Drake. I mean, that's one Drake the PSG don't have, and hey, you get that 6% attack damage and AP.
Definitely very worthwhile for them. And if you look at these two comps, I wouldn't say either side has a decided advantage in terms of the scaling. They're both more mid-game centric than pure late game, than compared to some of our GP or zero compositions out there. So even if this goes late, I do still think DCG has a decent chance of coming back into this one. It's just about how the next couple of fights are going to work out. And I think it's something that's very important to note is that PSG actually have a hard time at closing out some of these targets. You have to get the frozen armor off of Hana before you can really kill him. And if you're targeting Leaky or Nesty, they have a lot of abilities just to full sustain for themselves or get the uni heal down back up. So PSG target selection has to be on point. We've seen for 2 team fights right now where if they don't finish off a target, you actually see DCG roaring back in the back half of the fight.
They absolutely have to get their burst on. You do see, though, that the Sivir for Unified still very accelerated, now has the LDR. So you don't need to upgrade the boots, you don't even need to buy irregular ones because he's got the magical footwear, and it's such a huge advantage over the Zeri. But as time goes on, Criscata will eventually even out. So Deep Cross want to buy time, even if the scaling is relatively matched. PSG, they just want to keep giving the Sivir as much gold as possible. 235 CS now, as we keep our eyes towards the 300 CS win condition. But you're right. I mean, Deep Cross have shown that they can play it back. Maybe we'll just want to call them decent chance gaming.
Decent chance gaming. Yeah, I would love that. Deep Cross, it's a little bit harder to discern what Deep Cross actually means for most people, and I'm not sure about that.
It's Deep Cross the map. It's all about Nesty's roam, really. That's my theory. I think this team is so inscrutable in so many ways, right, Clement? Because they come into the league and they just upend J Team.
Nobody expects the red buff Sivir game.
Nope, not at all. Least of all Leaky, but he does dodge and actually takes the fight too. Let's see if Hanabi Goomba stomps on top of the head, and Nesty finds himself in a bad spot.
He doesn't get the glacial path.
They're the ones with the surprise. Actually has to frozen tomb himself, and by a little bit of time. But well, speaking of tombs, somebody order a pizza. No, it was going to be the frozen one. As Nesty going down, Unified even getting the kill credit. So gold in his pocket keeps the wave up pushed. Deep Cross, I don't think they were expecting that at all.
Yikes, that was a really unexpected gank coming in. I love the idea from Unified, not only just using the ultimate, he also had the red buff for that one, and he almost finishes off Leaky in like 4 shots. So, Nesty comes into no avail, and PSG could find this opportunity to go in.
Hanabi, doesn't matter for the damage though, even though he's rooted up for days, he's still able to hang on and take the tower turret through it all. It's Hana taking low himself, the tower under fire.
The bounce!
Finally finished the job at Unified very low, so is Kaiwing. They don't lose a man in the fray at all though. Whoa, that was close.
Yeah, that one could have gone a lot better for DCG there. A lot of low health targets not being able to be taken down. I'm a little bit surprised that DCG actually took that one. For me, it was fairly obvious that PSG were coming in from the side, but it ended up okay for them, and Hanabi might be finding himself in a bad position.
He might. Looks like he walked right into this one. He gets bursted down. He thought he had the Narbar. What was going on there? It's almost like he DC'd the way he ran straight into him. I think he was trying to buy time for PSG to get there, but clearly didn't anticipate the amount of damage that they could turn. So Deep Cross get themselves in a great position to finish this dragon, but could still be a flip. What a big old poppy! Ultimate Leaky's completely left alone. He's still trying to fight it out. There's no smite up in this one, and the dragon just keeps on going, but they take it with a regular ability all the same. Leaky brings his friends right on back, and now the fight is on. The chase is on. Bury, Hanabi both down. Leaky on the charge. They can look to try and get more kills as they find Unified. Throws on the spell shield. They look for the Outlast and burst him down. He cleanses through it, turns back the damage, and so much on the boomerang. The ricochet is the finisher, and Gory gets the kill credit all the same. What a lightning fast turn of events.
Oh, they try to get him, but he has the spell shield and the cleanse ready and is able to turn it around. The ricochet even goes onto the Raptors for some extended range back onto Nesty. So, PSG, they had a terrible start, but Bury always gets the job done in these late game team fights, and then you have that Fed Unified turnaround. Just on the corner right there. DCG, they just kind of push their luck a little bit too far.
Yeah, they do. Oh, man. This is going to be absolutely free. Turn onto the Baron. Good timing for it. At 25 minutes, PSG starting to open up huge. It's about a 6,000 gold lead. Let's start this. This was a real head scratcher, as you might call it. You can see what Hanabi is maybe trying to do. I don't think he expected Nesty to be right there in his face.
Yeah, I think he probably underestimated the Hextech gates and just didn't expect Alessandro to come in. This was huge.
This is a brilliant ult from Bury, though.
Yeah, Bury, like, he gets 2 carries in the back line, so that's everything instantly gone, and Leaky can't stay around here. He even gets the Drake to reset, but unable to dissuade people at the very end right there. And unfortunately, on the back end of this fight, DCG are not able to get the targets to stick. It was so close for Kaiway to go down, for Unified to maybe pop a spell shield early, but watch this from Unified. He just dances on the edge of the knife and manages to turn around with his ridiculous damage.
I mean, you can't mess with pizza delivery Sivir, you know? 30 minutes, and this game's free.
Look at that damage! I just want to tell you, Pyra, that's your best line of the season. Right there.
Oh, you know what, man? I'll take it. I'll take it. I take this as a challenge to try to improve.
Bury
We'll
gets
see.
stopped.
I love that
No
skin.
ult.
Anyways, Bury stopped up, rooted for days in the final chapter, but he's able to tank through it all. They actually find Nesty. What was he doing? Charmed in the middle of the fight. And the second win, the burst, does not succeed for Deep Cross. The same problem PSG had earlier, and now they just picked them apart. A triple kill for Unified, looking for more as the lightning rush over the wall. Spark Surge. Criscata staying alive, but Gory still on the hunt with Spirit Rush. Finds it and gets a kill. Only Woody stays alive, and now it's going to be onto the base for PSG Talon.
The Bury bait is too strong. DCG unloaded everything onto him. He somehow survives through all of that. And then we have Gory flying in over the wall. We also saw Aatrox just stuck across the board there. No real contribution. And this looks like game 1 is going to be very close to ending. So just as I say that, DCG.
Not going to push their luck. Death timer's not that high yet.
Yeah,
still, I think, Clement, this is, it would take a miracle of a Deep Cross comeback. The Ahri, the Sivir have so much damage now.
5-0-4.
And Bury's able to soak. Bury and Hanabi are able to soak through.
Yeah, I just think this Aatrox build is a little bit suspect. He really didn't get enough alone time onto the side lanes. We're going to watch this one again. It was actually a pretty good stop on the side from the Sandra, able to stop the channeling right there. They throw 3 ultimates onto Bury, but not able to kill him. And then we see the turnaround burst coming in from PSG. You know, this time, Nesty all out of abilities, doesn't have the ultimate as used defensively. And this Aatrox just has, honestly, no impact in these some of these team fights where he's trying to come in from the side after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too little too late, right? Like, he's a big damage threat, but he can only pick one target at a time. PSG better picking him apart. Speaking of, they find Nesty. There's the stun onto Kaiwing. It doesn't really matter too much. They break the base open all the same, and the chase is on. Inhibitor's going to get fired down. This will be number 2. PSG, slow and steady, but they're honestly doing it a lot faster than we've seen from them in the postseason thus far. Nesty looking for Hail Mary, round the side, doesn't find it. That burst is just not enough. Criscata never got online this game. Unified takes down Hana. They get a double off the back of Leaky, and all of a sudden there's nothing left in the tank. Gory may fall, but he just baits it out for the rest of his team to finish this game. Even Unified's flashing away to safety, denying the kills. They're not even going to go for the end just yet, but the Winions are everywhere.
Yeah, Criscata does get a huge shutdown onto Gory, and he still has that movement. So he's
for
running
more.
in for more.
Oh, he's got Kaiwing! Looking for Hanabi. I can't believe Kaiwing got away
Going
from
over the
that.
wall.
Criscata on the chase, but they're going to try to bait it out. The Hex Flash, no! Ooh, this is too close for my liking, but it's all a bait for the Winions to do their work.
Yeah, they wanted to get the turnaround kill. If Criscata went a little bit too far forward, they could have found it. Criscata did a great job keeping his Lightning Crash stacks alive there and just chasing down the targets, but a little bit unfortunate for him, he's not able to find the finishing touches there, but they do get a lot of flashes. If we're looking at this Unified Kaiwing, both of them have their flashes down here, so, you know, DCG could be setting up for a very far-fetched comeback, but there are some inklings of that script there.
It's always possible. Decent chance, you might say, although it's getting slimmer and slimmer here with another Hextech Drake picked up by PSG. I don't think this one's going to Soul Point. All the same, despite losing flashes, Gory losing stacks on the Dark Seal, I don't think they're too concerned about it right now, as they'll look to try and end this game.
I don't see how PSG really lose this one if they're just going for a full front to back here. Like, DCG need to find the backline. They need to kill Unified in order for this fight to work. And you know, Leaky doesn't have a flanking angle. There's no room for him to find anything.
He's got no TP either. Had to use it to get back to the base. Kaiwin goes a little far forward as he hooks himself into the remnants of the turrets, but it doesn't really matter. They just have such a massive differential in his damage, and Gory takes Leaky out. Nesty falls as well. Unified just doesn't get hit enough, and with that, triple kill coming in for Gory. He's got his eyes set on that quadrant, and he earns it. That's going to be lights out. GG. They even waited to take the base just to give him it, and that's going to be PSG taking game 1.
Oh, beautiful performance for PSG, and we see DCG's bot lane woes continue throughout this playoffs. I've been sort of wondering about their picks. A lot of times I feel like Cascada and Woody have been trying to reinvent the wheel, and they've been stuck in the previous patch where they keep on playing these enchanter supports. They just have this aversion to going back to the tank supports, and I think in their current laning state, that's just too risky. That's the thing about enchanters is they have very binary results in lane. Either they are kind of stopping lane against the engaged supports, or they get stopped themselves. And right now, I feel like with the laning strength of this duo pairing, they're probably better served just going with something like an Alistar, going something like a Leona. Your lane's not going to blow up, and you have more protection against the dive.
Right. I think that's something that you have to really consider for Deep Cross the next game. And it's such a glaring problem for them that they got punished so hard. And also with the jungle pressure coming through, I think Hana has to seriously consider going down there a lot earlier. The Sejuani can still get some things done, but I'd love to see maybe if they shifted up to blue side, a more early game jungle, if they can get their hands on something like a Wukong. Getting going earlier in this game would be very important for the side of Deep Cross Gaming because of how hard that bot lane lost. The strategy of feeding the top side just never got to get online, and they had a few comeback plays. You know, I think team fights probably went better than you could have expected in some of those instances, but it just didn't matter at the end of the day because the game plan was kind of thrown out from the get-go. And I think you're right. I think Woody has to go back on the tanks. They have to try and contest on things like this Nautilus or this Leona.
Yeah, like their job is not to win lane. It's just to hold steady. Just keep it even, and you're okay. Because DCG,
go for a Tom Kench. Neutralize the lane. Like, put Cascada on a late game hyper carry. Give him a Felios. I don't know. Go back to Jinx. The Tom Kench would be just fine, I think.
You know, DCG's been trying to hard force these like strong bot lanes the entire postseason. It just hasn't been working out for them at all, and you can see it in the stats. You know, they have one of the worst bot lane laning stats. To be fair, they did go up against very, very tough bot lanes in Wako and Eminem, but still, it's just not been the picture here. And you can see because of the bot lane failures, they didn't get as much as they wanted out of the top lane trades. You have an Aatrox going Comet. This is not something that's going to work out very well in terms of the team fight. He has to win his lane. He's also going the Eclipse just for the extra movement speed. That typically also doesn't really matter that much in team fights. So you need this Aatrox to kind of win. And if the bot lane blows up and Hana is forced to go there, I don't think Hana really played that poorly this game. It was just kind of, you know, forced into a bad position into the bottom side. Then your top lane just kind of fails. So I think the biggest thing here, DCG, you know, stop going into this Yumi lanes, stop going for enchanters, try to get something that at least cannot be dive easily.
Yeah, and if Deep Cross want to really commit to like the hard like lane win lifestyle up top, I think they have to not only put more pressure up there, but also maybe go for some champions that can do that regardless of if the bottom lane is having a hard time. I want to see a Fiora come out or a Jax. It's not something we've seen from Leaky the split. And I think that could be an option to put PSG on notice. This was the start of it. Level 3 hook. It looked oh so good. A great trade. I mean, Kaiwing, there's a reason that it's such a heavy contested champion, this Nautilus, but Kaiwing makes it look really good. And Bury just got in the face of Hana.
Yeah,
smite away his work wolf. That was nice.
Found a great E early on, and then he transitions it bot lane. You know, he gets the HP advantage. And this fight,
they knew he was here.
Clean.
They had to know he was here. He immediately goes for the charge into the flash, gets the bang, and it's just, so easy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This was a bit greedy positioning coming in from Cascada. They really didn't need to be there. They should have been further away from the tower and just avoid the wall.
Surprise! Somebody ordered pizza. Leaky's like, oh, yeah, I'll take that. In fact, I'll take you both. And Unified's like, yo, what now? God, he was so fed.
Yeah, that was 5 auto attacks. Great wallop timing on Hanabi there. You know, blocks the glacial path. Nessie goes down, and it's kind of the beginning of the end. We have to remember in this game,
it's like, I'm out.
Unified
Wait.
was 2
Oh,
item
no.
versus none on the side of Cascada for most of the mid game before the first towers and the second tower went down. So I just think DCG, this is one you chalk up to one lane just imploding too early. And huge congratulations to Kaiwing. I think he landed 4 back-to-back hooks in the laning phase, and that was just dunzo for Cascada.
Yeah, it was actually incredible to see this bot lane being back on form, because this is what we talked about when we hyped them up in previous splits in previous years. And in the summer split, it's just not been there. The magic hasn't been. Whatever they did, they found it. And here's how the game went down. Huge damage numbers coming out of Unified Sivir by the end of the game. But also, you know, honorable mentions for the Ahri. I think Gory, despite being held back in the early stage of the game, really came thundering back in, found a couple of kills for himself, got online. Hanabi, he's the weak side king for a reason. He was able to hold tough against the Aatrox. Leaky did everything he could to push him in, and he stayed alive in the laning phase. Like, one mistake, you know, we'll knock off a few points for kind of repeatedly face-checking into that dragon fight. But Kaiwing absolutely deserves the MVP for this one. He was on point. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu he's doing, but clearly it's a hook accuracy spell that he just completely nailed this game.
I think he's doing a crosshairs, you know. He's putting that on the
he's got him in the sights.
Carry. Yeah, exactly. A true sniper here, and this is something that we talked about on 12.14. It is the return of the tank supports. You have the enchanter items taking a huge nerf across the board in terms of their sustainability, and you also have healing potions being nerfed. So it's harder to recover when Kaiwing lands a hook on you 4 times in a row in the laning phase before you even go back. So I think DCG need to kind of shift around their strategy. You know, they've been moving more of the engage job onto Hana and then having the enchanter role onto Woody, but that's not going to fly this series.
I don't think so. We'll have to see if Deep Cross can find some answers, give themselves a decent chance at game number 2 right on the other side of this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Every time, come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. To the end of time. pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. How long can it last, you ask me? As long as you want, if you give it a try. But you still got a past, you ain't past yet. You gotta let go and leave it behind. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide. And who you trust. Give me a sign if it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls.
就要被离开给显示，完了，
这么硬推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的空
Hey everybody, welcome back to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. We've got one game done and dusted. Man, PSG definitely made quick work of Deep Cross in that first one. We'll see if the latter can bounce back here in Game 2. But before we get into the pre-match discussion, I do want to once again extend a shout out to our wonderful sponsors on the split, CTBC Flying Oyster. They're a great team, and you know what? They've got a great sponsor too, CTBC Bank, for always being by our side. Thank you so much. And of course, China Airlines for being with us on this playoff run. Now, Clement, in Game 2, Deep Cross, swapping it up to blue side. What do we expect here?
So I think there's a couple things. The biggest one, of course, is Sivir priority. I think Sivir, just because of her wave clear potential, is one of the most surefire picks. It's very difficult to lose lane with this champion. And if you're DCG and you want to play for the top side, that's probably your best option. On the flip side, you also don't have champions that really counter out the Sivir all that much. From the side of Unified. You know, he's not a Draven player. He's not a Lucian player either. So you're actually very safe of first picking the Sivir.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And if they do want to stick to the Enchanter lifestyle, you know, Yuumi can pair very well with it. You can force a takeaway or a ban as well if you're happy to opt into the tank matchup. Anything to give Kriskata and Woody a bit of a better lane. I think that is a very important thing. We're already into picks and bans. It's already underway for Game 2. So let's get right into it. Azir and Sylas, 2 bans targeted straight at Gory. PSG continue to focus on getting rid of that Lucian. And Kalista trying to kick Kriskata off of his priorities.
Yeah, the only ban we're missing here from PSG is the Talia, so that's going to be an interesting one. For PSG, I think they're going to maintain a very similar strategy here, where if you just give us Ahri, we'll take the Ahri. We'll probably even go for something like the Wukong or Trundle early on if we get it for the PSG side. And here's the big question for what they ban on PSG. I do like just banning away the Talia. I still think Talia is a little bit too strong, and it only works one way for DCG. So you might as well just take that one down.
I like this Nautilus ban. It's just like, Kaiwing's too good on this champion. It does tell me they may want to prioritize, like an Enchanter. I kind of dig this. If they go for the Sivir, they give themselves the opportunity to lock the Yuumi again, or they just do a Leona takeaway.
Yeah, I think both are definitely viable options here. Leona's a little bit less seen. There's no way. Come on.
Yeah,
come
I was about to say, like,
stop
that's just too free. That's too free for PSG. There we go.
And I think PSG have to take the Yuumi at this point, because on the flip side, they're looking at Hana's second most played champion in the Vi. And if you give a team Sivir, Yuumi, and Vi, that's too hard to stop from just cutting down the side lanes. If you're a team that likes to turtle and likes to play late game, you cannot give your opposition Vi, Sivir, and Yuumi at the same time. So I do think this is... I don't think PSG want to pick this one, but I don't really see them having an option here either. The next pick here, I think they still have to take away Ahri is, if you give that to Nesty, also very powerful, and Gory is not someone that I think is going to be willing to play a Lissandra. Lissandra doesn't have the same amount of impact that Gory normally contributes to the team.
Yeah, so PSG kind of forced into some of these situations, and I think that does favor Deep Cross. They have their pick to kind of direct this draft a little more. You can see PSG really letting the timer tick down in both of those picks, so there's a lot of discussion happening between the coaching staff and players. Corey getting involved on cam a moment ago, and you can tell that I think that they're trying to figure out what Deep Cross are going to push next, trying to come up with a game plan on the fly. They do have a game in hand already, but Deep Cross looking pretty good in this one. The Lissandra will be the answer. They don't want to risk it being banned away, so that's the lock-in for Nesty. And we'll see if the bot lane gets fleshed out for Deep Cross here, as the Yuumi's already locked. The only risk is getting some of these engaged champions banned. You could see things like the Rakan coming through potentially. Ooh. But how about the Renekton up in topside for Leaky? That's locked.
Yeah, I love the Renekton with his composition. You have so much engaged potential already, and Renekton is a great takeaway from PSG. If you're thinking about Hanabi, the best champion for him is the Renekton, because Renekton is literally the worst you can do is a C-. Like, you're never going to lose lane or implode completely. It allows PSG to focus on other places on the map. And for PSG, yeah, this is probably a given at this point. You rarely see people pick 80 carries into the second round, because the power level difference is just too much between the Sivir and the Zeri,
letting
force this one.
Go to the next bans, allowing things like the Zeri, the Aphelios to be banned away would be trouble for Unified. So they elect to take the lane.
this time around the same lane they just beat and see if they can do it again. However, we'll start by banning out some supports. No Amumu. I wouldn't be too surprised if the Leona also gets banned away. Kind of forces Woody into more of an Enchanter support situation.
I would say PSG right now, they need to lock Sejuani. If they don't lock Sejuani, I think their game plan is down the toilet because they have no tankiness on this team, and DCG are running a full rundown with a lot of point and click crowd control. So you need a tank to survive this one, and the only position you can get that is literally from the top lane. I feel like it has to be Sejuani, or if Sejuani goes over to DCG, I think DCG's top is just way too good. You know, you have that Ruthless Predator plus the Winter's Wrath combination in the top lane. You have more instant engage. So either DCG bans it or PSG have to take it.
I think you're right. It's another situation they're forced into something that they may not necessarily want to do. The buy being banned by Deep Cross against Bury. Let's see what the choice is going to be here. And the Wukong is the one that comes in, not as big of a tank.
Yeah, this is insta-lock Sejuani. I think it's probably the easiest pick of someone's coaching career. You know, that this is not going to be Sion. We all know it's not going to be Sion.
Just flashing a bunch of tanks. This is like saying, like, you could have had this. You could have had this. You could have had that.
What?
Support pick. Yeah, I mean,
No way, right.
Another Enchanter. I think that comes through. But they get the next pick here to then pick themselves up that Sejuani to round things out.
Yeah, they can definitely afford to wait one more pick here. Lulu isn't that bad. Like, we have seen a lot of Lulus be able to win poke wars against Yumis. Lulu does a surprising amount of damage earlier on, and there we go, the Sejuani. I think PSG definitely kind of missed the mark for me right here. Sejuani just works so well in this DCG composition. It almost feels like a sin to let that one through.
Yeah, it's like you have Sinner comps. Well, have you heard of Sinner drafts? So PSG, I mean, they're still going to go for a tank at the top, the Gragas. But I mean, hey, this is the champion that Hanabi got bodied on, and PSG got bodied on up against Leaky last time around. I also love this Lulu because the wild growth means that Renekton will literally just never die.
Yeah. Lulu actually has a lot of synergy with the Renekton because you can actually enlarge his range with the Q, so it makes him a lot more dangerous in team fights.
Big Croc.
We love some Big Croc, and I do want to mention that Leaky is someone that will build a Blade of the Ruin King just to win the lane against Hanabi as well. I believe we have seen this against Stress, so there's a lot of flexibility in this matchup. It is one where typically Gragas starts to win if you go tank Gragas and you hit second items. It is usually Gragas favored, but there are things you can do against it.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for PSG here, but they do have a lot of holes in their composition. They're forced into some of these things that they may not have necessarily wanted to do here, Clement. So what is the game plan coming in for PSG for Game 2?
Oh boy, so they're trying to play disengage and kite from their side. If you look at the Wukong, he's not really going for engages. He's trying to keep the rest of the team from just running down the not so tanky members. And I have to say that this composition from PSG, it has to work in the mid game or it doesn't work late. Gragas is not a champion that gives you extra resistance this late game, so he actually falls off quite hard. I expect the build from the Gragas to be something like the Sunfire or the Glacial Gauntlet, and also just going for the tier build as well, because he's pretty much the sole tank on this team. And DCG, they have plenty of engage potential. They have engage on command, basically, on demand, basically. So PSG, they cannot ever face check. They always need to keep a posture where they're somewhat ahead.
Well, we'll see if PSG can do it. Putting themselves up 2-0 would certainly go a long way on the confidence. Last time these two teams met in the postseason, back in Spring Split, it was a 3-0 shellacking, but Deep Cross have already fought back. This second game draft, I like it a lot better. We'll see what this team's got here on the blue side. PSG, up to their usual tricks. 3-man, rush, push, invade. DCG, they know this one. They've seen it a million times.
Not going to go through here. And taking a look at the runes, we are going to get a tank Gragas into the top lane. It's not going to be your AP flavored first strike Gragas. Somewhat to be expected here. They definitely need someone
risky.
That can. Yeah, that would be, I think, a wrong decision. Let's just call that one. And in the meantime, I feel like PSG really need to think about how they're going to get the early the early kill from, because as I'm looking at their lanes, Wukong needs a lot of time to farm, and Gragas typically can't do much against the Renekton early on, so I actually think their only out is for some sort of gank in mid lane, but I just feel like it's so hard. I feel like DCG just won the draft.
Yeah, let's see if they can win the game as well. Get things underway, a little bit of poke trading down bottom. Kyling actually takes a lot. And he's not on a tank this time around. Leaky finding Hanabi in the tri-brush as he comes up from a little bit of help on the start. So already off to the races, bullying. We'll see how well Hanabi can outlive in the mid lane and trying to deny the XP. Oh, I'm already smelling an early Leaky push.
Yeah, Hana had to go, Hanabi, excuse me, had to go in just to pick up that EXP from the melee minions.
Every time these two teams
and in doing so, it gets a Q.
Yeah, Hana Hanabi, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, I'll get used to that soon enough. Leaky, or a good trade there by Hanabi. You know, he was catching Leaky a little bit off guard right there.
But he's just fully denied farm, right? Like, I mean, he's still level 1. This is going to be so brutal, and I think... God, does Bury even make an appearance here, or are they just going to try and, like, hard win bot? Like, what does Bury do this game?
Bury farms and tries to make a big splash, I think, on the first team fight. That's pretty much it.
There you go. Okay, wrap around from Hana. Ooh, in the Glacial Path, they find Nesty with Gory. Here we go, looking to line this one up, and it's just 2v2. The flash out from Nesty, but Hana secures first blood. Bury just doesn't have the damage to compensate. Meanwhile, Woody under fire from PSG down bottom. The 2v2 woes continue, but he gets out alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there from Woody. I think he just got caught face checking. He thought that the 2v2 might require his help, so he goes top, but runs into the 2-man of PSG. And now we do see Bury looking for a little bit more. Come on, Hana, I think you need to give over those chickens.
Oh no! Bury steps right into it. Hana looking at a chase down and actually flashes to make sure he gets the stun. Gory's there. Oh, Flash was burned on both sides. Hana very aggressive in this early game. I love to see it.
Yeah, and I would say that actually works out in favor of Hana for sure, because, you know, for the side of Wukong, him getting an early kill is much more important for PSG. PSG, they have a expiration date on this composition. They need to get ahead, so that usually entails the jungler being able to make successful kills. Now we have Gory trying to get something sneaky off here. They know that Woody doesn't have a flash, so maybe that is going to be PSG's comeback button here.
Yeah, didn't quite see Hana or the red buff, so theoretically could have already taken it. Doesn't really go in to check that one way or the other. Leaky taking a little low. I wonder what happened in that one. Still, though, the farm lead. You got to respect the Gragas damage coming out and stain that Hanabi has on this Grasp of the Undying. Compared to the Conquerors, Leaky's going to just want to get up in his face, and Bury is coming through top. I wonder if we'll see a lane gang.
We do have Leaky with rather low HP, and they did just spot Sejuani, so they know it's going to be a while until Hana can make it back into the top side. So I think, you know, Leaky seems very experienced to the point that it might be pretty hard to get a gank off here, but Bury's going to try.
He is. There's a stun. Cold Meek there, and Hanabi actually hitting level 5 first. He's picked right back up in that experience. Leaky gets back there as well, and
the pings go down. They know.
They're trying to bait it. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Leaky knows what's up. But this is good for PSG, right? Like, they're bringing some jungle pressure top. It's just not something that's happened a lot. Obviously forced into a rough matchup. But it does mean that down bottom, Deep Cross can go without fear into this 2v2. Spell Shield popped early and aggressively for Cascada, a little low on mana. But Unified and Kaiwing are doing better than their opposition last game with this 2v2.
Yeah, we are seeing a couple things there. DCG is willing to walk up because they do have the Ignite advantage in this matchup so far. And I do see the Lulu doing a little bit better against Yuumi in most cases. Gory's still holding on to his flash in this one. Let's see if Nisty is about to take 6. Oh, he's very close. Look at that HP bar, EXP bar.
Yeah, goes on that one. So has the Frozen Tomb. Gory a little bit low on mana as well. Let's take a look at where Bury's going for the wraparound. Actually just going to join Gory for a moment in the river as they put down vision, trying to keep eyes on where Hana could be. Back in the bot. Boomerang Blade connects. Woody takes low, low, low. These 2v2s are just not going in Deep Cross's favor. You can see the difference in form as Leaky gets some dirty farm up top.
Yeah, I think he did spot out where the Wukong is on the map. He assumes that Wukong is going to be in the bottom side, so he's willing to kind of force this one. And this is a play. Lulu still without the flash and under level.
Very much so.
Criscata left alone.
They didn't spot this one. Criscata's by himself. He's got to be a dead man here as he tries to stutter step. Oh, no!
Flash?
The flash and still dies. Kaiwing stays alive. Hana's way too late to the party, and man, it's brutal for DCG's bot lane. So brutal, we got to pause. We got to give him a moment to chill, Clement.
Yeah, that was a very weird situation. I don't think Criscata meant to flash right there, and that might be the reason why the
could have been
pause is coming through.
It could have been an error, yeah.
Yeah, he was dead either way. Like, you know, Wukong's holding onto his Q. You can't flash that. There's not much you can do about that. You get 300 range on that Wukong Q, so there was nothing he would be able to do with Wukong behind him. I'm very surprised about that play. I think it might have something to do with the sudden pause right there. But what we saw is, you know, Woody losing the trade, getting poked out, and then suddenly the AD carry is left alone here with Bury already here. And I'm very surprised about this chain of events because you could tell by the way that Leaky was farming that they expected Bury to be bottom side, but they somehow still faltered.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at how the game goes from there. Obviously, still in the pause at the moment. We'll let you all know when we get word on what exactly went down in that one. But as the game stands at the moment, PSG hard winning on the bottom side, but of course the exact opposite is true up top. And mid lane has been going more in favor of Nesty lately. I think Hana's had a greater impact on the map overall than Bury has, but at the same time, how well does that bode for Deep Cross elsewhere on the map, right? Because if the Zeri starts to get accelerated, that's trouble as well.
Those look like a technical issue with Criscata here, so...
Yeah, I think it sounded like his flash probably was burned, unfortunately, and due to something technical.
I don't think we've seen a situation where someone, you know, the flash goes wrong, but we have a chrono break of some sort. I don't think we've had a chrono break in the PCS so far, so...
I don't think so either. It's been not since it was implemented, if I recall. So I guess we'll have to see what comes up of it. I do appreciate Criscata's coordination, by the way. He's got the KDA headset and mouse pad.
Hey, you got to get your drip right, okay?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, look, we've been doing all the Star Guardian stuff in the pre-games, you know, like we've had like the Akali Bad Dream cinematic, which is really epic. But like that's like anime aesthetic Akali. We got to talk about like KDA Akali, man. Like that's a whole nother story.
Yeah. So, you know, coming back.
Champions.
Huh? Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, just said multifaceted champions. But yeah, let's get back into the game.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how this one is going right now, because it's still fairly even in gold with the fire back and kill.
Yeah, a couple big things, just a point right off the bat. We did not have a chrono break. The flash and the ghost definitely gone from the bottom side. And in the top lane, guess what? The Blade of the Ruin King Renekton is here, and I actually like this. If you have a Lulu to burst, to buff his HP even further, I think Blade of the Ruin King is actually the correct build here. So you can always get the wild growth in teamfights to keep your Croc alive a little bit longer anyway, and this way it gives DCG a potential side lane to play with, a way to kind of open up the map, and now we have to push in over towards the Herald right on time here. Woody might even be able to pick up a little bit of EXP. It's always really important to see how close these supports are going to be hitting level 6.
Yeah, this is a good start. It happens in Vision, but there's not a whole lot the PSG can test for it. Instead, they may opt to try and get Dragon, but it's a mountain. It's a little harder to take down early on, and also Criscata and Woody weren't necessarily going to give it to him for free. They actually had to take a uber safe path to get back into their lane, but even that's not safe. Here comes Gory and Bury and Vision. They have this one. Nesty's going to try to come to the rescue, but Unified is just shredding plates off this tower. Already got 2 down. You got to make that Rift Herald worth it.
Yeah, I would say that in 12.14, most of these plays typically still go in favor of the Herald team, because you do get that local 200 gold just being dropped by the Herald these days. So it's not all that bad losing 320 onto the bot side. But we can see the PSG focus right here. They're laser focused on DCG's bottom side. They want to take them down. They know there's no summoners right there. And again, as we said, PSG are running a composition that doesn't have a lot of tankiness. I don't expect them to be able to face check in most instances, which means they need to stay ahead for the most part. And here they go, trying to find another dive.
Oh, immediately hopping the wall with the lightning crash as well into that Yumi ult. Cryscata never knew what hit him. Unifies on the board on the Zeri. They're really showing him how to play this composition out. Woody just totally left alone. Yeah, after the Dragon take as well, like, PSG are owning this bottom side. You can see it reflected in the vision.
I just felt like that was so unnecessary from DCG. Like, whatever they did, it was going to be there. Oh,
okay, Gory. Burns that cleanse
switches
out.
over the cleanse.
Yeah, there we go. So they got that burned, all the same. DCG aren't going to give up on this just yet. Bury is away. They want to chase him. Doesn't have any easy escapes unless he wants to burn that flash, and he's going to take the fight right now as they have unified. Kaiwing, Woody going to be isolated as he was trying to cut off Distract. Here comes the Sivir right back into it, and all of a sudden, unified Bam pushes luck a little too hard, but maybe so is Ana. Goes in, they get the two kills. It was the ice throw. They get that one, and now the chase is on. Kaiwing, Gory on the run. They burn the flashes to try and get out of there. Deep Cross come out ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually very amazed by that fight because it wasn't a guaranteed kill coming in from the side of DCG. They just used their Frozen Tome on Gory, which Gory just simply cleansed and walked away from that one. But unfortunately for Bury, I felt like he held on to his flash for too long. Like, if he burned his flash in that engagement and was able to survive a while longer, you know, that fight could have been turned around. It wasn't necessarily a loss for PSG, so we'll watch this again. Again, they are missing an ultimate from their mid laner, and Gory knows that. He's pushing through right here. Bury, unfortunately, gets chain CC to death. It goes down without really contributing, and then Cryscata comes in at the right moment after Unified has dumped most of his damage onto the support, giving DCG this massive win.
Yeah, it's a great bait. So, get back on the board. Obviously, Cryscata still killless, but Nesty with 2, looking to maybe make another one. There's no cleanse that time around, just CC for days. Hana sticks to him like glue, and Nesty claims kill number 3s, adding the stacks to that Dark Seal.
Yeah, and we have to look at Nesty right now. 3-0-1. He's starting to pump out a lot of damage, and I think this is going to impact the bot lane the most. PSG, they wanted to shove in against Cryscata and Woody. I don't think they can do that anymore. Now Nesty has wrestle control.
Yeah, Bury's not going to be able to stop this push. That's going to be a plate, probably some more. Oh no, Bury runs face first into that one. Oh, you have to respect it. Didn't even expect that one point blank. The clone doesn't even come out, and now it's going to be all the plates. Should be almost the tower if they want it as well. My word. 12 minutes on the clock. This game pace is accelerated dangerously, and Nesty has just become a fed carry on the Lissandra.
Yeah. Did you just see Nesty's player cam? He's got the killer eyes.
That's scary, because normally he's the supportive guy, but when he is awakened, when the anger is there, Clement, oh, you better watch out.
He's usually the jovial guy with kind of like a goofy demeanor, but if you just watch his face right there, he's got the killer eyes on.
Yeah. No, this is the anime arc where the chill, like, unflappable protagonist just, like, gets deadly serious, and all the bad guys are like, wait, what the hell?
This isn't the regular season ST. Where was that guy?
This is postseason ST. Oh, boy. All right, PSG apparently have awakened some sleeping giants right now. Let's see if they can get back in the game, get back on the board. Right now, they are down in the gold game. Maybe have that dragon, but more news, Clement. The Blade of the Rune King is officially completed for Leaky.
We have seen this build from Rest. It's Blade of the Ruin King, and then you go second item into a tank legendary to hold up onto the front line. Works out quite well. You know, you get your early laning strength. You have the Lulu to buff you through the first couple of team fights. So it's definitely a tried and true strategy we've seen a couple of times already. And in the meantime, for PSG, the question really is, how do they get back? Because they currently do not have... they're winning bot, but I don't think it really matters all that much for them. Leaky getting dangerously low for this plate.
Yeah, that was, man. He did it for the plate, and he got it. He got out, but that was close to giving Hanabi some much-needed gold back. Honeyfruit picked up. You could see Nesty was going up there, but I think they knew that he was walking through a ward. Right back to lane. It's going to be the back for Hanabi, so the push will continue as they wanted that last second plate gold to come through.
Big thing about this game this time around is that, honestly, Cryscata isn't that far behind. He's still keeping abreast in terms of the item numbers. Yeah, so I think this is, a very strong part for DCG, and with their mobility and instant ability to engage on both sides, I like how they're playing. Oh, yep.
Boom and Gory down, and that's perfect timing to pick up the Dragon as well. Chris Scott is on the board with a kill. Yeah, even though the lane was a bit of an oopsie for some time, that play down bot, getting Unified killed, it sets up so much more for Deep Cross as the game goes on, and now they've got the tempo to work with PSG. We knew they had a timer, and it's starting to run out even here at 15 minutes, shy of 15 minutes.
I just want to remind everyone, I think letting Sejuani go, big no-no for PSG. You can't give this instant engage. Look at how many people have died trying to defend that tier 1 mid lane tower. It's just instant engage here, and I like the way DSG has played this because they know they have the mobility plus the instant engage advantage, so they're just hedging themselves between PSG members. PSG, if they have to flank this, there's no chance. One side is just going to get crushed before they can convert. So, very smart way that DCG is playing is they can pick the most high priority target this time around, the mid lane tower plus the Drake and Herald, and they just force the issue because PSG cannot try to come in on different angles.
Gory's been shut out so far, and he is usually the biggest bright side of PSG. Deep Cross not going to let up on the pressure at all. They go a full tour of Summoner's Rift after getting all of that Dragon, getting that Herald, now moving themselves up to the top side as Bury and Gory try to respond. They're going to bring Unified and Kaiwing as well, but I don't know if this fight goes their way. There's the chase on, and instantly stunned up for the disengage factor. DCG realized there was a lot of firepower there. They back away.
I like that trade from Hana, not even going to lose HP on that one. They just get the tower and go. And if you look across the map, what they're trading back for it is Tank Ragus gets a tower. Like, who cares? DCG 100% say that trade's in their favor.
Yeah, it's looking good for them right now, and Nesty has just become an absolute monster. He completes his Zhonya's second item, Mission Take Notes, as we will see what they can do with... Yeah, I'm calling him out. We've been talking about... He's gotten better, I'll admit. But here's the other thing, too, Clement. We've got a Cloud Soul, which is not normally the most exciting soul to be played for. But in a Sivir comp? Oh, boy! There is no stopping the DCG train if that happens.
We could be just seeing, like, 2 Glacial Prisons come out in one team fight, and that would be very damaging for PSG. They could barely survive one rotation.
Yeah.
We have the jungle control here. I think PSG, they need a Lucky Charm somewhere on the sides of these fights. They can't go in. There's no one that can.
They're going to need a pick. There's going to need a pick. I mean, the Leandries is on as well. Like, everyone's got Mythics at this point, so that is helpful. The problem is they're running out of room. They're running out of space. Leaky's back on bottom tower. Now Hana's there to chase Hana B away, and yeah, like PSG, they need to get something going for themselves, but it just feels like this game, they just got outdrafted so hard.
They absolutely did, and I honestly questioned the idea of banning both Ballista and the Lucian when it was pretty obvious that DC, they were angling for a Sivir first pick. So you ban away 2 Sivir counters and you hand over Sivir. So it looked a little bit weird to me.
Oh, speaking of Sivir, just out on the chase. I mean, I will give Unified and Kaiwing credit. They didn't want to necessarily pick the Yumi's area, and they did pretty well in the lane. The problem is everything else kind of fell apart around them. And then they pushed a little too deep. Here's another Herald, going to go for the charge in the inner. Leaky's around the side if they need it, and actually looking for the chase down.
Bury gets spotted.
Not even fooled by the clone for a second. They actually land the bola onto Bury. They're trying for the full disengage. This is what this comp can do. But how long can you last? They burn the heal as well. Gory trying to chase with a sandwich effort. Here comes Bury for that desperate effort, but they burst through the Cyclone. PSG still on the chase. Oh, Woody keeps himself alive with that wild growth. That has got to be so frustrating to deal with. Hana, the dash, dodges the crash.
Lightning Crash doesn't get anyone.
Oh, the Ultra Shock Laser doesn't do enough. Clement, this is so brutal to watch. They dumped everything into the effort. Cannot find the kills, and they lose Bury in the bin.
Yeah, this is what DCG's composition can do. They can just chase down targets from such a long distance away. They had the extra mobility given across the team from Sivir. So they just spot Bury and then chase him down after a flash, after a final chapter, and after a cyclone. I mean, that's just That's just what this composition can do to you at times. It's very difficult to play against because you need people to be positioned to kind of ward away all this aggression here. And I actually didn't have to flash there, but it's still pretty crazy that DCG can chase all this distance, make the kill work. PSG, they tried to get a target back, but if you look at their front line, it's Woody with Wild Growth and Offensive Drawing. So they aren't able to burst anyone through, and then we see a pretty good slow field on the back end of that one. Unfortunately for Unified, Lady Crash doesn't get anyone, so doesn't get the extra MS to chase down.
Yeah. All right. You know, after that one, I feel like Nesty, you can buy Medjai's as a treat, just a treat, just for you. I want to see it. I really do, because this Lissandra is just disgusting at this point. With the burst, like this is such a good turnaround from like last split when Lissandra basically just existed to make sure LeBlancs didn't have a good game. Redemption arc.
I think we have seen just the mage items be a little bit better for her. You know, the Lissandras, we have seen some later game items like the Demonic Embrace, so she can actually just pack that percentage health damage now and still be relevant a lot further.
Too. Like the fact that they have this with the Sejuani, you just have to cleanse through so much, and now Hanabi on the run.
They're not bursting
does
them.
that dodge away? Yeah, he's going to be able to do it. But the gold lead keeps growing, and the pressure is on. And I think while that replay was happening, I think that Cloud Dragon just straight up went over to DCG.
Yep.
Like, I looked at the timer and realized, oh, yeah, no, they just went ahead and polished that one off. So, you know, a little bit of out-of-combat move speed as well makes it even easier to chase down these targets.
So now the question really is, you know, what can PSG do? I'm trying to look across the board here, and it just seems so difficult. I'm trying to picture their perfect team fight, and it almost has to involve Hanabi scattering the rest of the team, but then isolating one target for PSG to burst down. I feel like that's their only kind of golden win condition. And to be honest, Hanabi has not been the most impressive barrel thrower out there. We'll see if he has gotten better at it, but I haven't seen him pull off truly crazy separations just yet.
There's a reason that so much band focus was put on him, right, to try and get Leaky, who is a very big carry player. Ooh, missing that ward. That's a bit of an oopsie from Deep Cross. See if it bites him behind later. Yeah, like I think putting Hanabi on this type of champion minimizes his impact, and that is a really smart way for Deep Cross to draft, because Hanabi has been performing better as a weak side player, but not giving him the opportunity to go toe-to-toe with Leaky in straight up damage or anything else, forcing him onto a suboptimal tank matchup. You know, banning his Ornn is always kind of a good play. And then also the takeaway of Unified and Kyling's preference has really helped, because that's been the strong side of the map. Like, Deep Cross have just run a clinic on PSG. Has it been the cleanest? Has it been perfect? No. But they've done incredible in this game too, bouncing back after they're the ones that got ran down in game 1.
And this is, you know, the damage.
In the final chapter. Look at Nesty, though. Doesn't take it. That looked like bait. Burns his flash. PSG looking for the picks. But Deep Cross, too slippery. They're backing away.
I think Criscata definitely pushed his luck right there. A couple too many crits coming out of Unified, and Criscata has to back out.
Yeah, you gotta respect it.
Actually have this sustain.
Yeah, Ultra Shock laser focus. Yeah, but they don't get punished, right? Sure, they get pushed off. They can't keep this going, but no kills.
True, for now.
There's the Medjai's. All right, Netsy, let's go.
Hana.
Okay,
fine here.
Yeah, he's tanky. He's a tanky boy.
So I think DCG at this point, they're just waiting until Renekton can kind of draw members away, and then they can run down the rest of the team. If you have a two-man squad heading over for Leaky, then DCG 4v3, they can run down anyone. They have their full engage still parked onto the Baron side of the map. So I feel like PSG cannot respond to what's happening bot lane, and that's also a danger.
Ooh, good barrel bop. They do actually knock Leaky into tower range, and that actually stops this dive from happening cold. Unified, Kylan come over, they'll take Leaky down. What a great turn. Shut down gold to the Zeri.
You almost never see that while being taken here. And
wait, what?
What? Oh, he gets stunned.
Nesty!
No,
he tries to escape. He's not out at all. PSG get 2 quick kills. That's another shutdown.
That's Baron.
That's Baron play. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me.
Are we seeing the JT curse? This is exactly
so.
how PSG beat
You
JT.
can take these teams out of J team, but you can't take the J team out of them.
Oh no!
I can't believe what we just saw. That was, okay, Hanabi had not had a great game, but that was a hero barrel. Now, they got to secure this Baron. It's still technically a flip with Hana. Leaky coming back in, but they're going to turn for the fight. They're going to go for the play. Here we go, into the final chapter. They look for Woody. They split is good from Deep Cross Gaming, but that second wind effort, do they have it? Hana flashing away. Deep Cross are still just too slippery.
That was a great move by Leaky there. He went in as the Renekton, blocked everyone from chasing up after Bury and Kaiwing, and that meant even though the crowd control was down, the damage didn't go through on the backline. So he manages to save everyone, and DCG back out without a loss.
Oh,
we're
this
gonna take
looks
a
like
look
an
at this
easy,
again.
clean-cut play, but Hanabi times his barrel perfectly, and then he knows he has Unified and Kaiwing at his back. What a great setup.
I think Nesty tried to play this a little bit too cheeky.
Yeah,
like he sees the TP there, and is just like, ah!
No, that's not happening, Nesty. And then he's like, all right, last ditch effort. Okay. But double shutdowns for the Zeri, that's going to accelerate the goal huge. However, unable to get the Baron, unable to capitalize off the back of that does mean DCG still have a great objective advantage. Cloud Dragon, this is going to be sole point. Unless Bury has something to say about it. Oh, no, we're into the Smite fight. He steals it away. Oh, is this happening, Clement?
No, DCG missed time. They actually back out before finishing out the objective. And how is PSG doing this? They take away the potential Cloud Soul point. And I have to say, Unified right now has a damage advantage over Cruscata. If PSG can just poke and just kite away from DCG engage, they have a good opportunity to turn the fight. You can see Nesty's killer eyes are getting even more killer.
Oh, I mean, he's going to need them, though, at this point. PSG have found a couple of unlikely turns. 26 minutes, the gold lead has been cut down to about 3,500. The Dragons have been evened out, and the Baron attempt was stopped by DCG on the fight. Here we go, the chase forward. That's the charm onto Leaky. Can't go any further forward than he'd like here, as Hana's not backing down from this. They get the stun off onto Bury, but what's going on? Deep Cross seem a little scattered. They'll rejoin, reconnoiter here. PSG are hunting for kills.
This is not a good terrain for them to actually start this one because PSG is here. What you really want with PSG is you want your mobility to work for you.
Well, Hanabi's too tanky.
We're going
in. They find Cruscata. Final chapter. He's dodging away. We've seen this so many times. Clement, they just can't find a target, but the turn is there for Deep Cross over the wall with the burst. They find the damage, not enough. Nesty buying time for himself and stays alive. All the ultimates dumped out. Bury is out of this fight. He goes in again. Corey looks for a charm, eats Cruscata. Shield on that. We'll see what they can get done here. Without Bury, it means they could try to threaten Baron. Teleport in from Nesty back off of base.
They find
He's
Gory.
not spotted. Here we go.
Direction right here.
Gonna bring back.
There still is no
Gory.
smite on the side of PSG.
Gory doesn't know this is happening.
They're going in,
get
they
the
find
stun
Ari.
off. Here the burst. They go for this one. He buys time with his own stopwatch as well. Hanabi, though, taking as much damage as he possibly can. Unified opens up onto Hana, and it's PSG that turned this. The double kill. The Zeri damage is just too real. The lightning comes a-crashing. A triple. Looking for the quadra. He stutter steps, and he gets it.
Oh, PSG, they win it back from the brink of destruction.
I can't believe
right
what we
there.
just saw. PSG have done it. They've come, yeah, everyone's surprised by that. Hit that, Timo. What is happening, Clement?
Unified with the pop-up right there. So a couple big things here. DCG, they do not finish the task.
All right, the Baron goes in favor of PSG. I'll see if we can't get Clement back in just a moment or two. But
oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
There we are.
Hello?
Now he's back.
Oh, okay, I'm back. So a couple big
talk me
things
through
here.
this.
Gory does not go down. He managed to get his Zhonya's off, which means that 2 ultimates are wasted on the Ahri, and Unified is able to just pop off on the back end. There's nobody on it. Cruscata tries to ricochet, but they don't get the kills right here. Unified gets that time for Zoomies to come up, and then it's chased down with the red buff. Nobody's getting away. He has so much movement speed. You need those crowd control abilities there to keep Unified in check.
Unified is an absolute god. This guy
has been consistently one of the top performers in this region. So many years of experience. Health issues have kept him out of numerous events on the world stage. And this season, he comes in, this split, he and Kaiwing have an unexpectedly middling performance. Like, not even bad, just bad by their incredibly high standards. And in the playoffs, oh boy, Unified is back, baby.
And he's back with a vengeance right here. This time around, though, DCG do finally get that Infinity Edge onto their back line. So I'd say the damage numbers are a little bit closer. But we have a big push incoming by PSG, and they're looking for Cascada again.
Yeah, they are. This time Cascada's able to move away, but still that's going to result in another tower. PSG, they know they have the gold lead, and they're going to push it for all it is worth. Nesty was on the top side, could not even get involved. He backs away. Hanabi pushing in Leaky in the mid. They may have to stop this push here, but you know what? The Dragons equalize. PSG, in 30 seconds, they have a chance to get Soul Point.
Yeah, it's getting dangerously close for both sides here, and I think DCG need to be a little bit more judicial with their crowd control. They need to leave something for Unified, and he has a cleanse, so late game that's very difficult to deal with. I almost feel like Ari at this point is not as much of a threat anymore. You're much better just saving that damage for Unified. What you want to do is kind of trade frontline HP, and then whenever Unified pops up, you just throw down the Frozen 2.
Absolutely. PSG know they have a chance back in this game, an unlikely chance, but it has gotten so much better for them. Looking to set up for this Dragon. This one's going to be fought for. Most contested Cloud Drake. 31 minutes
PSG
about to tick.
With a bit of a poke advantage right here. Hana has to wait for that Frozen Armor to come back, and PSG has decided positional advantage.
Yeah, they do. Gotta respect the Hanabi barrel as well. He can just knock them away for the time being. It's not the same as a Poppy, but it doesn't matter. He goes in, body blocks it out. They secure this before Deep Cross can respond, and they immediately turn. Here comes Nessie around the side. They get a stun of Hanabi's there, but it doesn't really matter. Nessie now, he's gonna be the one caught himself, and the rest of Deep Cross, they want to make the play. They're flashing and dashing and trying to get to safety, but it doesn't matter. Unified stays alive, and they just come crashing through. Leaky gets bursted immediately through all of the tank, all the sustain, and Deep Cross, against all odds, Clement, this PSG comp roaring back to life in the late game.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately DCG actually missed a beat right there. When Gragas went in, just Hanabi, they should have instantly turned killed him. Like, I feel like that was the correct move there. They kind of missed that beat. They go in furthermore, but Unified with the cleanse is able to kite back up a ramp and force DCG to walk through their tank line. And DCG at this point, they just can't do it, even though there's a lot of ricochets going through. Not enough of them are actually hitting Unified in the back. He's able to heal up with the Immortal Shield Bow and stays alive.
PSG have just mastered their comeback mechanics, it seems, in this game. Able to flip it. You can see how the gold has gone just off the back of some opportunistic plays that they've completely capitalized on. Finding more damage. Unified getting fed after what seemed like just it was too little. It wasn't enough. They were losing out everywhere else on the map. Gory was neutralized. Hanabi was in a bad position. Bury was running pell-mell everywhere. Well, when you've got a Zeri that goes 8 kills up, sitting on 4.5 items, nearly full build in this game, in the hands of someone like Unified, that just feels unwinnable. And PSG, they got outdrafted hard this game. They got outplayed a good chunk of it too. But here they are, on the cusp of going up to match point in this elimination game.
I gotta say, this does feel like a bit of the Zeri effect. Once she gets out of hand, there's no really putting her back into the box anymore. And from these fights, what we've seen is that DCG actually lack a bit of magic damage. You know, they burst down with Lissandra, and after that rotation, there's no one to really follow up. So we're seeing Hanabi actually just survive throughout the entirety of these team fights. He's able to kind of hold up the front there. No one's going to try and target him. They need that magic damage for someone else. And it's becoming harder for Cascada to actually find some of these backlines. The profile healer is working in PSG's favor as Unified goes in.
He's just an assassin on this area. He goes right over the wall. The final chapter mostly dodged away, but they have to burn a lot of flashes to do it now. The teleport comes through for Hanabi, and they're looking to take advantage of the momentary split that they've caused.
Leaky gonna rejoin the team. They won't get anything off the back of that. Buri has to be careful not to get caught out himself as he spies Hana around the side. But the Baron's about to spawn. PSG in a great position to start this off. No flashes on that bottom side for Deep Cross. Nesty dings 16 here. I think they might just bait this out.
So for this fight, you don't have the cleanse onto Unify, but you still have the GA. Those are the important parameters to remember right here. Gory at least spotted out, so I think DCG can still try to take this a little bit measured, you know.
Oh, how do you measure that?
Not well, not well. DCG almost forced it back off with Woody at this point. Oh, what I was trying to say is that, hey, if Buri come over and Nabi come over, you can just start tapping on him, you know? Just hold your ultimates. That's what you want to do in these team fights. You don't necessarily have to start on Unified and then try to force your way through a Nabi and Buri. You can start on them, fine, but, you know, just hold your ultimates for the big threat.
Yeah, I agree. Cross. They do have a scaling advantage. They do have the ability to slip out of bad situations as we've seen them do before, but now starting on the Baron. PSG, they're one of the teams that commit to this. Look at the Ahri flank. Gory going to try and look to set something up here as we see Hanabi walking into the bush. He gets stunned up, eats that ice bola, but it doesn't matter. And the trap is sniffed out, but who's trapping who here? Nesty around the side looking for Gory. Oh, the double stopwatch pop, and it's Gory that immediately turns his attention on to Nesty, who himself goes into stasis, but Unified is cleaning up in the meantime. The double kill, they take him down. That's going to be the triple kill as they're going for more. Hana's left on his own, running to the wrong base, slowed down by the prowling projectile, and the chase just keeps on going. Hana knows there's nothing for him to do. They will deny a quadra kill from Unified, but it just doesn't matter. The push comes into the mid and the bottom lane. They're gonna try to end here.
Just with the Zanya's use has been so beautiful. Able to bait people out of position right there. It's only 2 team fights, and PSG are able to turn everything around. Both of these fights, Gory was the target. He's able to survive and give Unified that space to just clean house on the Zeri. PSG gonna go up 2-0.
Woody may be spamming a laugh, but it's PSG that had the last laugh yet again here as they take out that last Nexus turret and finish off Game 2. The reigning champions go to match point.
Oh boy, what can I say? I just am so amazed by the way Gory can play. Even when he's behind, he always contributes correctly. He was able to bait out 2 ultimates in that critical Baron team fight, give Unified that quadra kill. And of course, Unified did very well for himself as well, you know. That big critical fight where he had the Infinity Edge and the opposing team didn't. He was able to just chew through the front line. This was a game where I didn't see PSG coming back at all. PSG's early game was downright atrocious. They lost so many kills on the mid lane tower. It was Drake after Drake going over to the side of DCG. And it was just DCG, you know, messing up one Drake and then mistiming on mistargeting their priorities on the Baron, and that was just it. That's all the missteps you need for PSG to claw themselves back.
Yeah, this team is so dangerous because they can take advantage of the littlest of slip-ups and convert them into a win. I mean, what an incredible comeback. What an incredible performance from, yeah, what was a dismal early game. What was a horrible draft gap. It didn't matter. As soon as they got Unified back on the board, Gory was able to do what he could do. Really big credit to him for finding opportunities to stay relevant in this game. And Nabi just getting... It's like the Simpsons episode where Homer just gets consistently punched in the face and then he just does one little tap at the end to knock the other guy who's exhausted out. Feels like that's what PSG did this entire game.
It definitely feels like it. I just... You know, I question whether any of these silent split push strategies are really going to work for the side of DCG. I think neither build really had much of an impact, to be completely honest with you.
No.
So
I like the Renekton better. I mean, it just, unfortunately, yeah. I think it just came down to execution in those clutch moments, right? Like, I think the play that really broke this game open was Hanabi just getting that hero barrel and the immediate reaction, if it wasn't already planned, for Unified and Kaiwing to just skate down. I mean, you really saw the potential of Azeri to just close so much distance with that Spark Surge. Like, I don't think he ever took a shortcut. It was always like the full terrain hop. And you don't expect that sometimes. Like, it's basically being able to use a Hex Gate without having Hex Gates.
Yeah, I think a champion with infinite move speed stacking shouldn't be able to do that, but oh well, that's just Zeri things for you. And
well, you know, you got Yumi on the back too. Like you get Zoomies,
yeah,
that's a whole nother story. But all the same, like yeah, it's amazing how few mistakes Deep Cross could make and still lose that game.
Yeah, I would say overall DCG had better draft, better early game. They 100% should have won this game, but it did come down to a couple of mistakes on their part, and they were minor mistakes. They were not big mistakes by any imagination right there, but you know, that's just what PSG can do. And I think this cleanse and this Yumi, if you're going to give over the Zeri, you need a lot of point and click crowd control, and to be honest, they already had that on the side of TCG. You know, they had the cupcake transformation, they had the frozen,
they had
tone,
the Lissandra Sejuani, they had the
ruthless prison
punch. I mean, that was
Predator.
They were
it wasn't enough.
They completely shut. This is the hero play, though.
Oof.
He times the barrel. It's perfect. And Leaky, Nesty tanks towers. They get the disarray. They bail out. They think they want to go in for a second win effort. But all of a sudden, Unified is here. That's a huge kill. Shut down Gold again. He just stacked so many shutdowns. And yeah, Nesty, this was a bit of happy gaming, I think. He didn't need to. Yeah,
see, don't give that kill over to Unified.
Double shutdowns. 800 gold. And then it allowed things like this. Hanabi just tanking up so much. Bury going in. I love the engages Bury pulled off this time around as well. And even though it seems like it fizzles.
Yeah, I will say this engage was not great from Bury. They definitely overextend up a ramp right here, but it doesn't matter because DCG cannot chase. And once they do, they get hard punished. That's the big problem right here. Unified 2-fed, you need your ultimates to contest this. Do not try to end a team fight without your major crowd control ultimates here. Please don't try to do that. DCG, they think they have an angle, they come back in, and they target the wrong guy. It's always Unified that should be the one that has to go down first.
Yeah, and he just didn't. Even without the cleanse flash, you know, they go for Gory. Okay, that's a free one. You think, oh, wait, it's not. Hanabi locks them up, sets it up.
Go for Unified,
this play
please.
is just so ridiculous. It's cleanup duty. It's full chase down here, and you can't get away from a Zeri. Not with a Yumi on her back.
That's the thing about Zeri. I think Zeri is by far the best cleanup champion we have in the game right now. She has infinite stacking move speed. She has the red buff. She has 850 range on the burst fire. So a very, very long. And you know, we've evolved in League of Legends so far where most of the point and click CC are just gone. It's been too oppressive, too easy to make plays with. So if you have that move speed, skill shots just aren't going to touch. It's ultimate cleanup.
Griscata tried on the 1v1, and he actually got quite close, but it just, you know, close just doesn't cut it. And I think
he doesn't have the sustain. Like he's not going to win that.
Yeah, Unified and Kaiwing have proved that they are the superior 2v2, and that's going to be a problem for Deep Cross coming into this next game here. You can see the gold flip. I don't think I've ever seen a drop off quite that stark in a while. And what a damage dealing game for Unified. 33k, just far more than anybody else on the Deep Cross side, or his own team for that matter.
I don't even dislike the Lulu, but I'm trying to think if there's a better option right here. Like so far DCG, it just seems they're getting out.
I mean, it would have been counter engage, but I don't.
It's
that is a little more hard to see. I mean, I guess it would have worked in this case against Unified because he probably would have killed his whole team. But you know, that's knowing the results.
You would have
to
land the
ultimate analysis.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. I like if I'm DCG coaching staff, I 100% keep this draft. There's no question about it.
This was not the problem. This was a good draft.
Yeah. I think PSG are not going to ban Kalista or Lucian coming into the next game, though. I feel like at this point we have established that the bottom lane from PSG is just so superior that if Kalista is up, PSG are just going to take it, and they're going to stop.
Yeah. So, I mean, this was quite the performance from PSG, and Hanabi, after being bullied around, earns the MVP award. Ooh, okay. I mean, he did enable just about everything. Even though Unify was the star of the show, it was Hanabi that delivered it into his hands.
Yeah, this is really weird. Like, Hanabi just kind of looked weak enough for them to try and sink a two-man play against a tank Gragas. It didn't work out, and they get instant punished for it. This is... What can I say? Hanabi always plays very far back and tries to keep things safe, but in critical moments... he still has that experience to make it work for PSG. Congratulations, now 2-0.
Yeah, clutch factor is something that really can't be replaced, can't even be
accounted for on the opposite team. We'll have to see if DCG can come back into this one or if PSG is going to sweep it up right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I swear you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your Abe Shacker. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no, I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I swear you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many tried, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see
you till the end of time. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand. That I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time.
就要被离开眼前是完了，
德国军推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的
又是一个2打3的画面，Triple Kill。电子不够就要被离开眼前是完了，我们的 Rock 看起来被打得好，但是自己被这个线给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚。
准备要在这一波将猎魔人全员冲掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个，哎呀！
咱们是拿了一个打手，开始持续的追击。现在的话，瞄准上的 Triple，
被波手上画了一个治愈，多你一个治愈，最后是被点输了。
红魔的一个推，拿着扶桑蟒叶向我把小兵给推了回去。
Hey everybody, welcome back once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs after what looks like a game in the bag. Well, PSG, they picked that one up and got themselves 2-0. Deep Cross Reeling will have to come back into this, but before we get into discussion for this third game of the series, I want to extend another shout out to our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and China Airlines, for being with us. We're flying high with them for this playoffs. Now, Clement, team that's not flying so high right now has got to be Deep Cross. They had the game, and they fumbled the bag. What happened?
Well, they just gave way too much gold over to Unified. I felt like the play on further review was a little bit unnecessary. It was very risky. They burned 2 ultimates trying to burst down Gragas in the weak side lane. They didn't work, and they end up losing both of their solo laners. 2 big shutdown golds going over to Unified, which allows them to get that team fight where he gets that Infinity Edge advantage. So if I'm looking at DCG, it's just, frivolous plays. They didn't really need to make that one. They should have just held their advantage strong at Baron and forced someone to react to Leaky. And going on that point, that's something we have not seen this series. Leaky's advantage over Hanabi has not appeared. We just have seen him trying to play a little bit more on the side lanes. I actually want to see him go more into the team fights a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think that could change things just a little bit and maybe use that power you got early on. So far into this next ban phase, we've got Deep Cross PSG still on the same sides. Deep Cross picking blue once again. They ban the Azir. The Silas, no surprises there. And PSG haven't varied it. They keep banning the Lucian Kalista. I don't know if this is necessary, but clearly they think so.
Yeah, I expected the Lucian to be let through. I feel like the Lucian is less of a threat in most instances, but they're going to decide to keep this true. And I think for DCG, they're going to keep things the same. They're just going to go for the Sivir right here.
Why not? I mean, they first picked the Yumi? Okay, never mind. Maybe they saw what Azeri could do when fed.
Okay, it's I'm not a huge fan of this because I feel like DCG's bot lane is just being put under so much pressure here. We could see what's going to come out on the other side, there's still a host of tank supports that could be played into the bottom lane. And the big thing here is that if you lose the bot lane and you get pushed in, Yumi doesn't really provide any crowd control before 6. So there's a lot of windows for the tower dive to just happen here. And maybe DCG have something in the back.
Maybe this is where Hana brings the Viego out. And they try to get involved really early on down bottom and just prop the bot lane up. They lock the Zeri anyways, as is probably to be expected here. I don't know if this is tunnel, but we'll have to see.
I think if you're gonna do this, you need something even stronger in the jungle. You can't go with the tank anymore in the jungle because that just opens up a lot of opportunities for the Ahri to kind of force you away and then head straight towards spot. I expect kind of more of a fighter to come out. Even something like a Trundle would be a little bit more fitting.
I mean, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Vi is still up unless it gets banned out here.
Yep.
Those are all options. They can take the Wukong for themselves.
For PSG here, I think the Wukong is a relatively minor concern. I think they're just going to go for a tank support. This is probably the best one left up, and it's also Kaiwing's most winningest tank support in his career, so he's not going to let the opportunity go.
Yeah, no, and that's, by the way, that's despite how ridiculously good this guy is on Nautilus.
Absolutely. So PSG, I think they're going to be banning away some of the... do you ban jungle here? Like, Vi is still a very strong pick here, and it really nullifies a lot of what Ahri does, so I think Vi has to go if I'm PSG. I'm going to ban the Poppy first. Interesting.
I mean, I like that one too, but I think the Vi should come up as well. That's going to be the Renekton banned by DCG, so I'm curious to see what the top lane is. You have to think they're going to go for the Ornn again as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, chase down composition, you got the Ahri. Like, the Gnar didn't really do much in that game until the very, very later phases. Let's see if they ban the Vi. Vi Yuumi, very strong combination. Oh,
Diego ban. All right, Vi is available.
And for DCG on the flip side, like I agree with you. It has to be Ornn here, and PSG, they have a chance to go back onto I guess just go on the Gnar, which is, you know, I'm not optimal, but certainly playable. I don't think they are under a lot of pressure to go with the Sejuani necessarily.
I mean, they gave it away last time, and you know, Gory got mercilessly punished in the mid lane. It still worked out. They did have to come back. Wukong for Bury once again does get locked in, so really not changing it up too much. And the Aatrox is being looked at here blind for Deep Cross. Could be a repeat of matchup in game number 1.
It's still okay. It does need a little bit of jungle help against Gnar, but I feel like just a team-fight focus Aatrox, in comparison to the game 1 sort of like lane focus Aatrox is perfectly okay. And you have a team that's running down on you anyway. So if Nesty can take most of the damage and Aatrox survives into the later phases, you might not have enough damage on PSG to actually clean him up. You could just heal through the World Ender to the end of the fight.
Still a fairly squishy comp without that, right? I think that's something you got to think about, as a tank jungle could be just what the doctor ordered, and it is. Vi comes in for Hana, so now they have a lot of single target lockdown. They want to try and pick off priority targets, even bursting through things like the spell shield. But let's see if Hanabi mixes it up here and decides to take it to Deep Cross 1v1 in the top side against Leaky.
No more Gnar, please. Like, I know Leona.
This would be his first Camille. Or whoa!
Oh, this is fun.
No. Oh, man, what a debate. All right.
I have
Hanabi's
to say that
gonna
I
Hanabi.
expected that.
Yeah, I did too, but I was really excited for like a Camille, and then I was like really excited for an Olaf, and then no, okay, Hanabi's like, no, I've got Mastery 5 in this champion. Give me that.
Olaf would actually be so cool in that combination, because he can win the 1v1 versus Aatrox, and then you have to speed up with the Olaf and him just Ragnaroking through the rest of the team. So,
what a chase
I would
down
have
it would
loved
be.
to see that one.
Man, I mean, the fact that like you throw in Ragnarok and you're like, okay, throw all your CC at me. That would have been so cool. But PSG, I mean, they don't have to take risks right now, right? Like, they're 2 games up. Even if they lose this one, it worked out pretty well last time. Even in the 1v1, they actually have a matchup that does tend to favor the Gnar side without any jungler intervention, and Vi pre-6 is going to have a limited ability to get up there.
Yeah, if I'm looking at this composition, it's really about target focus coming in from PSG. If they don't manage the target focus correctly, then DCG are loaded with champions that can clean up fights to the end. We've seen what Inspired can do on the Vi and just go 1v3, and that's true for Aatrox and the Zera Yuumi combo as well. So if PSG want to come in and win some of these fights, they need to burst the correct targets, they need to make sure they're dead, and then they still need to go through, I think, all 3 of those carries that you see on the side of DCG there. So kind of a daunting task, and I actually feel like the early to mid game, once again, is going to be quite weak from the side of PSG, sorry.
Yeah, so many G's. Well, it may be, and Deep Cross will be counting on that one, because if they lose this game, they are out of playoffs, out of Worlds contention.
Oof.
it comes down to this. This could be our final game of the night. PSG will be looking to steamroll through a second member of the J-Team universe. Deepcross not going to want to let that happen.
Insanely rough for DCG, because I just want to say when we still have the chance that this split from DCG has been somewhat magical. Like, they were not expected to clinch a second place finish in the regular season. They were not expected to kind of make it here, but in the postseason they had mishaps and then miracles happened one by one. I just want to say, like, even if they go out, this split was I've been so impressed by DCG throughout this entire year. And yeah, I want to put that on the record.
Yeah. No, I think that's very fair. Deep Cross Gaming, it's hard not to be impressed by this team, but also completely befuddled, right? Because they're a team that is so hard to pin down. You said mishaps and miracles. That is kind of the theme of what they do. Like things either go perfectly and it's like the absolute galaxy brain planning and execution, or it just kind of goes really wrong, and it's hard to put a pin on why. I mean, take last game, for example. It was down to like a handful of mistakes in execution. You could argue that's also PSG just being really good and experienced at collapsing and taking advantage of those mistakes. But at the same time, it's just, you never know what you're getting with this DCG team, and it's a breath of fresh air in the PCS.
Absolutely. I think for DCG to finish above J-Team, the squad that they kind of came out of, they were kind of known as the leftovers of J-Team, but they did better than the original squad, so that's to be pretty sweet for them. Now, coming back into this game, a couple things I do want to point out is, once again, we do have Leaky with the comment, so much more focused on winning the lane rather than in the team fights. And if we think about this draft, I still actually like DCG's draft quite a bit. The only thing here is, of course, they should not lose bottom lane that hard. If bottom lane stays even, if it's okay, then we can see Hana throw more pressure up into Navi. We can see that Aatrox start to snowball, and we could see Leaky unleashed. We saw Leaky slumping in his chair on the cam, and I feel like he has to be a little bit deflated because he hasn't had much to do. He's won his lane, but he hasn't been given much time to do much else in the team fight.
And that's the trouble, right? Because the bottom lane has been losing out so hard, and even in that second game, it was kind of where PSG had the advantage. This time around, they're playing it out relatively safe. They know Kaiwing is on tank support. They can respect the distance of that Zenith blade. And yeah, it's all about getting to 6 and beyond. It's all about playing into the late game. You can see the Cole bot as well strategy there, whereas Unified has gone for Dorans instead. So, they're going to try to get aggressive. They're going to try to push in. But after a couple of games of being under threat, you have to know, you have to try and play it safe. Bury can also get involved. He's been a much more active jungler in this series than I think we have come to expect of him on PSG. And that was one of our big critiques. PSG have definitely improved their early game jungle presence.
Yeah, coming into this series, PSG was actually only 25% on the first blood rate, and they had a negative 400 in the early game. I feel like this series, they've been able to stabilize a lot better here. And take a look across the map, Bury not able, actually the bot lane from PSG not able to get these HP bars down enough, so Bury is going to go back onto this top side, not going to try for the dive necessarily, and we're seeing DCG's trying to put Anabi in some bad positions right here. The wave has been held by Leaky, and you have that Vi going for the top.
Yeah, Bury could be there as well. Now, there is no cease and desist available just yet, so Hana's going to have a limited impact if he tries to go for it. But starting to reset. There's the Zenith Blade. Does manage to land onto Kriskata. Good trade. Lots of damage. Ignite goes through, too. It's a dangerous maneuver. And they're able to dodge out the Ultra Shock Laser. So, again, the bullying continues. They stay alive. They don't burn any summoners, though. That's critical.
Yeah, they still have their heal in the bag, and the Ignite just went down. So Kriskata realistically has another extra 200, 300 HP in the bag right here. And, oh, this is what we missed.
Here we go, Hana.
Hana coming up.
All right. Let's see if he can bait it out. A little bit low artificially. Leaky trying to put on his best acting face. He's got it. Hanabi, he has to know. There we go. The jump in straight into the vault breaker. He nearly gets the outplay anyways, but the flash for first blood. And Leaky has been looking for that all series.
I felt like that was a little bit too good to be true, but Hanabi was just like, you know what? I gotta go in. The guy's on 200 HP.
He did almost kill him.
From Hana. True. He even saves his flash on that one. I think I would be so nervous. I would flash in for that vault breaker for sure. But Hana makes it work out, and now DCG finally get the win condition that they had in their previous matchup with PSG, which is snowball the top side, crack Hanabi, and then crack the rest of the top side.
Going for the Eclipse build as well. And yeah, so the strategy clearly hasn't changed there for Leaky. He's just trying to dominate, but the kill certainly accelerates the effort. The fact that they haven't been as hard pushed on the bottom, and they have a late game build incoming. The Zeri getting the boots completed early on, so you won't have those combat stats, but you're just trying to survive. You're just trying to hang in there because you know that if you can get into the late game, you're going to start looking real good.
Absolutely here, and I think we should be able to see DCG this time go very comfortably for the top side. They have a ton of crowd control, and it just means that PSG can't really approach. Like, think about how PSG has to approach this Herald. They probably need Mega Gnar already, or they can just instantly burst him down. So I think DCG have a very, very strong game plan going to the first Herald. I fully expect them to get it without much trouble here. And it's about PSG to play disruption. They want to catch him out. People are rotating over. They want to get those vision blind spots where they can get enough damage, maybe on the sides of the charm, burst someone down when they're heading towards that objective.
Get some nice vision coverage cleared as well. Want to be careful, respect the potential for Bury to make the play. A good move in, but this might also be bait as Bury. They are going to be able to get this set up, and it immediately turns into both the flash, the dash, and the cleanse. But they get out alive still. Cooldown spent. PSG could make that happen again.
Yeah, I think they need a little bit better ward coverage on the side for DCG. That was still a pretty big win coming in from the side of PSG here. They get both sums. It gives them a target to just focus down later. So I think what this means is that DCG are going to play even harder towards the top side. The way they're going to keep their bottom lane safe is by forcing you to respond.
Look at this. Rory is thinking about potentially trying to sandwich Hana, but Leaky's also there to help out. It's like extended counter jungling. I think this is happening. Full information for both teams, more or less. Hana will be able to take away that red buff, though. It's a nice win as he's able to protect his own side. Going to be hard for Bury to catch back up.
And I feel like that was really well done from DCG. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to pull the jungler to the top side, make sure your bot lane is safe. And we're going to be seeing where PSG try to interject on this one. Kaiwing is going to get into mid lane a little bit faster, start leeching up. But DCG, both members are moving towards the Herald right now.
I think this is, yeah, I think Deep Cross is just going to take the red buff for themselves. Ah, okay, maybe not. I thought for a second that was the play. Kaiwing.
Oh, see the
right
Ahri
behind the backs. They actually realized they cut him off. Not going to be able to get him down, though. The Ahri was there as well, so no follow-through. Now with Hana, level 6. Let the bullying commence.
Absolutely massive timing spike here from power spike here for Nesty. You know, he's going into the Ignite, getting his full burst damage down. But they do relinquish position. If Hanabi comes forward.
There we go. Hanabi, he goes for it into the cease and desist. He knows there's nowhere for him to go. Leaky claiming kill number 2. And PSG were running hot foot up there, but they're going to have to settle for just the Herald.
Very interesting situation. I actually still think this goes in favor of DCG just a little bit because they come out on the top side and they also get bot lane pushing. You have an over-rotation from the side of Unify here, so that should be at least one played in the bottom lane here. And also a kill top side. So all in all, I actually think it's quite a decent... If I'm DCG, I'm happy with the trade.
Oh yeah, I mean, after losing out both of your summoners, and still being able to get that much done, getting some gold back, like the pressure's off of you. You have your cleanse like coming close to being off cooldown. You have about half of your cooldown left on flash. And if you're Cascada, you got to be breathing a sigh of relief that Bury's just not been able to come down here at all.
Yeah, exactly. And look at that 2-kill scoreline on the side of Leaky. This lane is quickly getting hard. It's pretty close to unplayable for Hanabi at this point. Like, he's just gonna have to hug his power 24/7. And I think, you know, Nesty has a very clear go signal. Let's see if he is able to get up there before the Mega Gnar bar is up. He will be able to make it.
I think so, just barely. You got to out-flash into the burst, and oh, the Gnar does go Mega, but they're going to keep going
Double
for this
stun.
one. Leaky takes a lot of tower shots. Woo! Hanabi's outplaying the 1v2 again.
Oh, that was so close, you know, and that was a flash from Nesty to get that going. He didn't have the Ignite for that one, and Hanabi able to get the extra HP. And we have Gory now going into the top side, so a lot burn for not much gain.
Yeah, I think at this point, Hanabi has to know they're just going to gun for him, so he moves back and away. Really, really great play as he gets the Narbar up just in time. Also enables PSG to finish off this Ocean Dragon a little bit later than we've seen some of the Drakes so far, and we got a Mountain coming up next. So, hoping to bait this out. Moscato would love Unified to step far forward, although with the Cleanse and the Spell Shield, I have to think that the Cease and Desist is not going to be the most effective.
Look how calm Unified is playing right here. Holds on to his Spell Shield. He knows that he doesn't need it for the Yumi Bolt. The PSG are now starting to look again at the bot side. They don't see
Kaiwing
the
doesn't see
vibe.
this. Oh, no.
Now they do.
Yeah, okay.
No, they don't. Sorry, they don't.
No, Hana, okay, there's the cutoff, but Boris here, that was a little bit of a misfire on that one. The Solar Flare does land, and all of a sudden, Hana's being forced to flash away as well to get the final chapter out of Kaiwing, but he just tanks through it, and, well, PSG pretty much brought everyone here to try and dissuade that play, and no one will go down just yet.
Yeah, and you saw DCG even setting up the, let's see if Charm lands. The potential TP from Leaky there to assist if anything did go wrong. Now, Leaky, unfortunately, able to get back to his own lane.
Gory takes the tower shot. They're going to go for a little farther than that. Rome does come up here. You can see Hana's got Woody on his back, and I think they want to set up for a play, but a lot of vision from PSG in River's going to stop that dead in its tracks. And Criscato's feeling confident enough to go 1v1 toe-to-toe with Unified. He's got his Cole complete as well, and he's more or less matching for battle stats. So for the first time this series, I think Criscata getting out of lane relatively unscathed, especially as his cooldowns are back up now.
For sure, and I think we could see a lot of pressure from DCG just going into the bottom side. They have the Lissandra with the stun CC, and you also have the Yumi plus Vi combo, so there's no escaping that, even with the cleanse. And I could see, you know, just Hana plus Woody just moving between the mid lane and bot. You do this every time, and PSG is forced to kind of follow you, and then you still have the hard crowd control advantage. So it's almost a no-lose scenario for you, unless like Hana just suddenly gets bursted down. But honestly, that's not that likely to happen. So I think the game plan is pretty clear. Now you already have a sizable lead onto Leaky. That's not going to evaporate. You just force the potential kill threat into the bot lane. You just walk between these two lanes over and over again, and you give that alone time to Leaky.
Yeah. It's a slow roller, but it's certainly going to work out well in their favor. You take a look at the gold difference right now. It's not huge, about 800 separating these two teams, with PSG having the edge on Dragons. But the tempo, the momentum, it's all DCG. They can keep this Rome train going, dive buddies between Hana and Woody, and they can just continually threaten wherever they want. And you can see the respect was paid there in the cleanse for Unified. Of course, Gory holding on to his now with that unsealed spellbook. He might be forced to use it sooner rather than later.
Like, once DCG get a couple more wards in here, they could go for it. Ooh, Navi gets caught midair. Hana coming in.
Okay, they're going to get that Zenith Blade on, but into the last chapter, and Nesty looks to go in on this one. The burst is there. Hana does get taken down as Criscata finding a kill. It was Buri that fell, excuse me. Kaiwing also goes down. 2 kills to Criscata. All of a sudden, the Zerion line in Unified just gets caught out. Everything bursted through. The triple kill. My, Clement. How about them turntables?
That's exactly the play I wanted to see from DCG. And I thought Hana was dead. There's so much burst just being thrown onto him, but he manages to survive through the heal right there. He gets the turnaround kills, and now we have the Fed Zeri on the other side of the map.
And a tower goes down as well. First break. Let's take a look at that play. Kaiwing looked to sandwich Hana, and they nearly got him. But the damage wasn't quite there, and Nesty was earlier to the party than Gory.
Yeah, it was everything just being thrown right there. You know, Gory uses the Everfrost, he gets the true damage, but there was no ignite on Kaiwing, so the heal manages to save him, and then it's just the chase down on the other side. No damage, nowhere to go, triple kill going over
zoom
to the side of Criscata.
Yeah, this is what we mean when we call Zeri a Zoomer champion.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, well, I wish I could take credit for it. I think Ender might have pioneered that one. But 15 minutes on the game clock, the Deep Cross have opened up a massive gold lead. Criscata's fed, in addition to the shield bow, has a Zeal. And remember, he invested in the Cult early. Didn't even have battle stats up against Unified. And this is the difference between this game and the first two. Even in game 2, and things were going a little more Deep Cross's way, that bottom lane certainly wasn't. PSG going to try and force the issue on this Herald. Might be able to get it, but this comes down to a flip.
Yeah, Hana's going to be able to engage onto this one.
Oh, no! They give it away!
They might not be able to get out either.
I don't think so. Already, Furry going to be chased down as Chris Scotta gets another kill picked up, and the train is rolling. Deep Cross looking to get back on the board. This would be a huge confidence booster after losing that one. Remember, this team has to reverse sweep to stay alive in this playoff series.
Yeah, this is... I think PSG are just in a very difficult position right now because all of DCG's champions, they require a large amount of investment first down. They didn't have the Gnar in the fight, but oh no, is DCG doing this again? Are they going
I
to
think they
take
are.
over Drakes? I think I've seen this.
I've seen this the other way. Oh no. Yeah,
all right, we're good.
This one's going to be got by DCG, I think.
Yeah, they allocate the correct amount of members to the task this time around, and they don't give it away. I was getting deja vu, like... Okay, this is the thing I don't want to see in Game 3. We saw this in Game 1 and Game 2, but both solo laners died in the bottom side after expending teleports in Game 1 and Game 2. So, this is what we're hoping that will not happen. Like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, PSG goes to Worlds. I think that's likely what's going to happen.
Oh, I thought the shame was going to flip back around the other way, but that makes more sense. Oh, man. Clement, it's dangerous, right? Like, even when you have a lead like this, you cannot afford to make a mistake against a team like PSG. You just can't. We saw the proof in the pudding last time. So they're trying to play as safe as possible.
I think all DCG need to do is group up and force hard engage over and over again. Just like, you have such a decisive lead at this point. Most of your champions are not burstable. We just saw even Vi was able to survive 3 to 4 members worth of burst damage. So you just go. Like, you just hit the go button whenever you see that you have the opportunity to do so. I feel like you're going to win every bout. You're 5,000 gold up ahead. I think the most dangerous thing for DCG is actually playing too timid here.
I think you're right. 17.5 minutes on the game clock. Going to try and keep splitting the issue as they look to take another tower up top uncontested. Hanabi's going to be a little late to this party. Extend that gold lead. Try to turn into more. Yeah, they have a 4-item Zeri. Or, excuse me, 4-kill Zeri with 2 items. It's pretty brutal to try and deal with that right now in the mid lane. They're going to keep this issue forced. Gory, though, does get a big chunk out onto Nesti's health bar. And I want to continue to give Hanabi a bad time. They could have just pushed it down mid.
They're going to take away everything they can in this situation. And yeah, now mid is completely exposed.
Herald they got earlier on. It's going to get dropped down. There's really nothing you can do. Unified can get there to try and like clear away waves, but you can't really stop his charge.
This is the wrong move for him.
Oh, he's really trying to get this one. He knows Kaiwing's at his back, and he actually is able to shred through the mini-wave. He might even keep his tower alive. I can't believe he just did that.
Yeah, I'm like, the DCG didn't actually try to pull the go button at all, you know. I felt like Nessie might be coming in, but catch him not.
They do. That's going to be another CC assist, and they burst him down. Leaky gets kill 3. Oh, I think we're watching a couple of reruns here, Clement. This just keeps on happening.
Yeah, I think Hanabi just got caught off guard. He thought the minion wave was out far enough, but he had no raid bar there, and that's the second time that Hana has been able to interrupt the hop midway just for the instant kill. Beautiful stuff from Hana.
The saving grace, I guess, is PSG have been able to hang on to that mid tower. I mean, it's getting pretty low as well, but like, this is one of the advantages of a Sivir is you can just shred waves so fast, and Unified is just playing without fear. Like, he looked like he was a dead man. I thought for a second, I'm like, surely there's a pause incoming, because no way would he actually be walking towards that. But he does, and he just completely demolishes the wave. They outlast, so DCG will have to put a little more effort into knocking that one down.
I love how calm Unified has been playing around with his spell shield. He saw the Yuumi come in, he knew that there was maybe a Vi on the flip side, and he just held on to the spell shield. It's like, I'm not gonna... Chris Scotta?
The charm! Insta-cleanse. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Nice bait, nice try to set up on the play, but also kind of sniffed out by the Prowling Projectile. And now this will be a tower for PSG in the mid lane. They had already nearly gotten that one too, so standing gold back in their pockets.
Still looking for the angle here.
Yeah, I'm not going to go for that one. Nesty was just shoving the wave, it looks like.
I'm always a
7
little bit
kills to
surprised
0.
here. I feel like if I'm DCG, I'm willing to straight TP into there and just kill everyone. I feel like, again, DCG are a little bit... You know, that they have a massive advantage. Is you're really trying to push it as hard as possible. Instead, it's all PSG chances.
Oh. And Kaiwing, he goes in, looks for Cascada again. They now turn their attention on Hana, but it doesn't really matter. They have way too much damage on the deep cross side. They let PSG come to them, but they're splitting a little bit of focus here. There we go, the double kill coming in for Leaky. And now they just keep moving the chase on, realizing as Hanabi is out, they can turn their sights over to the Bear.
Yeah, they go for the bait, but Leaky, once again, he hangs around the rest of the team, waiting for PSG to make a move. They get caught with their pants down. They think they have a numbers advantage. Not the case in that one, and they take Gory down first there. Just, you know, it was a good attempt after Cascada lost the cleanse, but I almost feel like it was a little bit unnecessary, and now DCG are gonna walk away with the biggest lead they had all series. I hope they can take it to the finish line this time.
Surely they can win this game. As we see the setup from PSG, it was Kaiwing that instigated it. They really wanted Cascada, but he's able to dash, flash, and just stay alive. As the overcommit gets forced, a big lightning crash, and Leaky takes Gory out of the picture with the last hit. This World Ender Aatrox starting to get real big, and now they just held PSG killless. And you can't win the game against a team like Deep Cross if you don't take their members out, as they get chased off of this Infernal Dragon. We haven't even talked about it, but it's an Infernal Rift. The battle stats alone are going to be massive now for Deep Cross Gaming.
Especially for someone like the Aatrox that can then convert that extra damage into sustain. He's going to be a complete fright train here. And I do want to go back a little bit into JT Universe lore. Last time, JT went 8-0 versus PSG, but they still lost the game. This time, DCG are 9-0. So I think maybe this is the magic threshold. Okay, if you're 9-0, maybe you're safe.
Look, you know, after I got boomed in my bracket predictions, I can't trust relying on any sort of logic when it comes to a J team. All right, I'm done. I've been burned too many times. It's not happening again. DCG though, they're looking pretty good right now. 22.5 minutes. They've opened up a sizable lead in this game. It just feels like their game to lose at this point.
And the problem I think with PSG this time is they don't have the range and they don't have the engage either. So it's going to be very hard to actually make comebacks. What they would need to do is for DCG to somehow overcommit on a fight, flop a lot of their engages, and pull away and maybe re-engage. It has to be a very convoluted script for them to find a comeback, and that's why I wasn't that in love with PSG's composition. I feel like both the Wukong and the Gnar are very conditional engagements.
Yeah, and you know, I think what DCG did, as they go forward again and chase on that final chapter, oh my goodness, finding a lot of damage, but not the kill. Gory's clone absorbs a lot. Meanwhile, Gory finding Nesty around the side and gets bursted down. But here comes the pain train, as you cannot stop this one. You can merely delay the inevitable. Nesty will claim a kill, tanks tower shots to do so, but he's able to get out scot-free at the end of the day, and they just keep on rolling. 10 kills unanswered by Deep Cross Gaming.
Okay, there's no way. There's no way. I feel like Deep Cross Gaming, I'm fairly confident that they're going to be able to snowball this one. If you look at Cascada, he's unkillable at this point. He also has a sustain build. Same thing going in for a Leaky, and they have so much armor shred too. Like, the amount of armor shred they can do on these frontline targets is insane. And if you look at Hanabi, he doesn't have an armor item yet. He's still very, very far away from going on to something like Randuin's. Same goes for Bury. They're basically standing naked in front of DCG. There's true damage buffet coming in from the side of Cascada. So, and he has an Infinity Edge. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm just trying to stack up how impossible it would be for PSG to make a comeback.
It would probably be one of the most ridiculous comebacks in the history of this league. And I agree with you, Clement. I think this game should, in theory, be over. Deep Cross just need to keep pushing the envelope, keep extending that lead, and eventually just marching into this one. So, looking for the start of the comeback. This has to feel really good for them right now. They can savor the moment. As long as they put this game away, they are still alive in the playoff race. Remember what's on the line here. Winning this game doesn't get you to Worlds, but it does keep you in the conversation.
They would need to still win against Beyond Gaming that are waiting tomorrow in the loser finals to advance into the grand finals. Once you get the grand finals, you go to Worlds. The seeding still has to be decided by that final best of 5. Now have DCG pushing onto this tower. You know, this is where they failed last time, but I think they should be fine this go around. Leaky has shown himself, and this could be a chance for PSG to find an engage. They don't have the Ari to do so.
All right, yeah. Not gonna end up in a play, Kaiwing. I thought for a second he might be going in. He might be trying to make it happen. Oh, Unified's getting chunked. And, you know, it just kind of has me thinking that they give away this Sivir. I wonder if they just saw what happened last time and said, why don't we do that to PSG? Maybe we turn it around on them. We just know what we can unlock the Zeri potential. And they did. They just didn't lose lane, and that's all they had to do is not lose lane.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing out of all this is that bot lane played a lot better this time around. They didn't get any opportunities, no burn summoners early. They did burn one summoner, but it was traded back and forth. So, no, with that bot getting a lot better, they're able to try and juggle the attention of PSG in both of these side lanes, and PSG end up with neither. I just feel like PSG's compositions on these red sides has been incredibly passive. And I think that's the biggest problem with PSG is they don't have a win lane strategy at all. They do not have some form of a let's counterpick you and win through the lanes and go with an early game strategy. They just have been playing completely into the later stages of the game, and that's why they're the slowest team in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they still get the wins, and like I think comeback mechanics are important, but like if you can win fast, you don't have to do that every time. You don't have to get back into the late game, and I think that could be trouble for them in the international scene. You know, this is a squad that has done some changes in terms of the roster. They've revitalized it a bit by this time picking up, you know, Gory, who has been an absolute champion, an all-star, you might say. In the mid lane, I think Bury has been a little more 50-50. But this team's problem still kind of remain the same, right? Like, regardless of the talent infusion, is that they are a little bit slow. They are a little bit unwilling to necessarily adapt some of their picks, some of their choices, because they are able to out-execute in a lot of cases. And I think that can be trouble for them as this goes. They may, you know, very well be in danger of losing this game, if not more. Another Dragon going to get finished off. It's just buddy system, Hana and Woody finishing this one without a whole lot of resistance because they've kept PSG on the other side of the map. So that's going to be Infernal's sole point. And yeah, PSG maybe picks up some extra change here. You know, like this is the side hustle that they've got for themselves. But like, okay, sure, you know, you get a little bit of a tip. But the other team, they're collecting quite a lot at this point. 28 minutes on the game clock. It's a massive advantage. DCG also had the battle stats to back it up, and yeah, it's hard to see how PSG come back to this game.
I think the best thing that DCG could do is try to end this as soon as possible. Like, you don't want to go into a Sivir late game where there's a potential for an Infinity Edge to come out and just bounce around your back lane to create some havoc. I think if I'm DCG, I'm just heading straight for Baron. I know I have a good enough lead. I could probably even fight up a ramp and still win this fight anyway. So I'm perfectly happy to just start it.
Well, they're certainly trending that way at the moment. Trying to see if they can get a pick first. I think they want to have their cake and eat it too. Solar Flare lands onto nobody. Leaky looks to chase PSG away, fully aware of what Deep Cross are intending to do here. Ana going over the pit clears out the only vision they've got on the inside, but there is that sneaky ward on the out, and Deep Cross are unwilling to commit to this. They're playing safe, too safe perhaps.
I don't think this is necessary. Like, if you're up like 11k at this point, just start the Baron. Just start.
There we go.
To come over there.
Now this PSG do have the vision on the asset pick, right? I think they know. All right, this is gonna be the opportunity.
You have to remember, everyone can just cross the wall. Like, they are not limited by this engage. Hana needs to keep some of his HP though.
Oh man, they just were not hitting the Baron while they were waiting for the play. I think that was way too telegraphed. It fully resets.
Alright, look, the Summer can go in.
Charm lands onto the Baron. It gets aggroed again. Hana's tanking a little low. Watching out for Nesty on the wraparound. I mean, yeah, Deep Cross, they just get a whole lot of nothing done there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Hana goes so low in that situation. They do have Woody there with the Zumi, so I'm not sure what... I think he was kind of solo tanking that one, but he didn't even take damage from PS.
All right, third time's the charm.
We're going again.
Let's go. Let's go.
Be confident. Oh, Gory's back with no TP.
Yeah, skip the death cap, but they were trying to take advantage of the timing. Hanami does have his Gnar bar Catching up.
Okay,
Cross
turn
gonna
on Hanabi.
turn, look for him into the burst to
Okay.
take him down before he can go to the Mega. And all of a sudden, the Baron, not even fully healed, they immediately turn their attention. Bury, he would have to be the hero to steal this one away. It's about enough time for Gory to get back to play.
Ana is a little bit low, but he still has that zoomies to save him afterwards.
They look like
They're
won
going
the
for the
fight.
chase.
Spirit Rush. Baron's getting reset. Oh no, they're going right back over to it again. Hana is forced to pop his stopwatch as he goes for the
Come on,
Vault
JT.
Breaker in. Deep Cross don't like this one. So after all of that, 3 minutes plus of a dance, they end up with 1 kill onto Hanabi. Okay.
I'm a little bit underwhelmed. They still keep their lead.
Yes,
but
they do.
There's a lot of different ways to kind of play this. Like, if they were feeling very queasy about that Baron, what they could do is just walk into the enemy jungle. Like, honestly, what is PSG gonna do to you? I don't see it. I really don't know what PSG can do to you at this point. You just walk into the jungle, you got the zoomies to heal up, drop a couple wards, walk back. It's gonna waste them a ton of time to clear it, and you just go straight off the Baron. Like, we have seen teams like JD Gaming, who's the championship team in LPL, by the way, just do 5-minute Baron plays, where they just grind you out on the Baron again and again and again. Like, they don't care about being repetitive, but they get the job. And I feel like DCG need a little bit of that G-Bomb spirit.
Yeah, maybe they do. But at the same time, I think Deep Cross are a little bit more invested in the other objective that'll be coming up in about a minute. They bought so much time for this. It is actually going to be the soul point.
Yes.
Coming up in about 40 seconds now, and that'll be a lot easier to shred through. The DCG side, PSG know it. They're going to have to fight for this one. Whoa. Those Ultra Shock lasers are starting to sting.
I just want to say, with
Cascada? Yeah, hop the wall, though. Man, Zeri's a good champion.
Yeah, he does have to burn his cleanse, though, so he might be setting up for something here.
PSG, they seem a little revitalized right now, looking to set the play up, but look at this. Hana and SD around the side. Glacial Path, they go in looking for something, anything, they find it. Bury gets bursted before the play begins, and they turn their attention over to Kaiwing in the final chapter. Dodges 2 steps, but Hana moves in. They're going to try and cut this one off now. Kaiwing drops as Cascada just bursts him through. The chase is still on, and they're going to be taking out this tower now. They have their pick of the objectives, that inner falls. They'll turn their attention to the dragon. Slow and steady.
I think PSG got a little bit greedy in that instance. The way you want to play stacked objectives is you just sit on the ground. I don't think PSG really had a chance to contest this Infernal. Their best out was just to split the major objectives and take the Baron off the map. But instead, they walked through, I think, a very dangerous choke. They had no idea of knowing if DCG were on the objective or not, and they just kind of walked themselves into a death position. Bury went down without doing anything. Gory had to burn his ultimate a little bit early just to get out, and DCG able to do a clean sweep of the team.
Yeah.
Still 0 deaths.
Gets themselves in front. 0 deaths for PSG, or 0 deaths for DCG, I should say. And you know who's feeling pretty confident right now? Woody. That Yumi is not only writing a book, she's reading one too. Casual Medjai's at 4 stacks.
The book and Cat Burger coming through, and we all already have the Zeri starting to work on her. Work on maybe just like trading her Zerkers out for another attack speed item in the future.
My goodness. Yeah, that's a full build Zeri.
I think DCG guys, okay, so you got your full build Zeri. Things are only going to get closer against PSG from now on. So I want to see them play things a little bit more decisively. Like, they do have the teleport from Nessie, and they have the smite, so if they just drop a couple wards down here behind the back line. They don't have any wards on them right now.
Yeah, they're chasing PSG away, but they're not coming into the Baron. I think, they should be able to just shred this fast enough. But they seem to be a little afraid, looking for the fight instead, looking for the bait play. And, well, Kaiwing goes forward. They find a stop for a second. However, Cascada just bursts Bury down all the same. The bullet is too heavy. And look at the leaky 1v3. Yes, indeedy. Oh, Hanabi's Narbar was not even ready for that one. So with the 2 kills, you have to think now's the time to take the free Baron.
Oh, they're finally going to go for it. DCG, on average, has game times of 32 minutes. But in this one, with a massive lead,
That's a long one.
Let it drag a little bit more. They're still going to get there.
This is the Deep Cross Gaming Extended Edition right now. Like
Yeah.
this is all the stuff that we cut out for the cut to screen, like all the cinematic stuff. But you know, they're fully committed to the fight. Kaiwing says, "Okay, take it," and they do. Like it's a nice bit of lockdown, but all the damage dealers are zoned by Leaky. Look at this guy.
He gets everyone down to half HP, and he's still full at that point. That's just the power of this fed Aatrox build. And it was just a great job by him to cut out all the damage dealers onto the right side. This is why I say PSG basically have no chance of coming back. They have very slow engage to come out. Like Hanabi's wallop and stuff didn't come out because it wasn't, I don't think it was Meganar in that fight. And in the flip side, they don't have the range to attack across the wall. They have to go through these terrains, making it very easy for someone like the Aatrox to just hog up these choke points. So, you know, the typical markers of a comeback, strong engage and long range, don't exist for PSG, and that's why I just don't see it. I agree that maybe, you know, DCG, because of those factors, are taking it much safer than usual.
I think after the last game went so horribly awry, I can understand why they maybe are trying to play it out with zero opportunity for PSG to come back into this. But yeah, they've held them to 0 kills. The gold lead is 15,000. It's a full Drake sack here. Gory just gets chunked into oblivion, somehow stays alive, and can't be for much longer. This is going to be the final push. They break into the base. It was a slow-moving boulder, but it has stacked momentum now for Deep Cross Gaming, playing with their food here up against PSG as they aim to start their comeback, looking for the reverse sweep to stay alive in this playoff race.
And they should be able to get it. You know, throughout this entire game, in the back of my head, I've always been waiting for the PSG comeback because it just always seems to come through. Not this time. Charges forward. The flash in.
Here we go. Cease and desist. They look for Hanabi. He flashes, he hops, he jumps. They burn a lot of lightning crash, but it doesn't matter. They just have so much damage. They burst down Bury yet again. Now they take Kaiwing out of the picture. Kriskata just keeps on adding the kills. And
Holy
another one
out.
going for more. Now he wants to add to that highlight reel as he chases under the towers. Gory denies him for just a second. And Woody goes ahead and takes the kill away. They're going to end this one right here, right now. It took them a little while to do it, but 19 kills to 0 unanswered. Deep Cross staying alive in Game 3.
Oh, great stuff for them. I would say this is the first game of the series that BCG was actually able to play out their game plan. The bot lane didn't fold to the pressure of Unified and Kaiwing. They were able to shift focus on the top. We had a 2-0 lead on Leaky early on, and after that, DCG, I think they played correctly. A little slow to be honest. I feel like they actually gave some chances for PSG to find opportunities to pick them off, but they moved into this mode where it was all about just focusing down on major objectives. They knew they had long range engage, and honestly, PSG couldn't run away from them. So they were just willing to kind of set up on the objectives again and again, make sure they never split up, always put pressure there. A very by-the-books game of DCG and what exactly we wanted to see from a series between our first and second seed.
Oh yeah, this was brilliant. Honestly, you love to see it. So Deep Cross Gaming to get back into this one, maybe a little cautiously. They're still alive. It's not going to be a sweep. PSG, they're going to have to go back to it. I think the red side pick ban strategy has definitely been a little bit more sus. They're going to get side selection this time. We expect them to probably go blue. And we'll have to see how it all goes down this time around. But Deep Cross, they're still in it. It wasn't going to be a quick sweep out today. Well, Clement, got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I feel like, you know, PSG has made their lives rather difficult for themselves in a number of these red side second rotation bans. I felt like there was always you should always take away the buy when you see this composition coming out from the other side. And I'm not sure this Wukong is doing much. I feel like Wukong is a very slow clear. He has to get things done in the first big Herald or Drake fight, or else he just kind of doesn't exist into the later phases of the game. You're almost much better off just rolling with a Sejuani in the jungle if you're going to do that. Wukong provides you 0 crowd control earlier on. So in your tower diving, actually even Poppy's is just better. So I'm not really sure what PSG is calculating here, but they have a fixation on this Wukong that I think is rather unwarranted, especially when you don't even have the Yumi.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and I think the red side has been a little bit suspect, as you mentioned. I also think that Deep Cross this time, we finally saw why the Zeri priority was going to be a big deal for them. They kind of just like baited the reverse of game 2, where they just said, okay, well, we're not going to take the server first. We're going to give this one away because we know as long as we survive the lane phase, the important thing is the Yuumi, because the Yuumi not only helped out in a lot of those big plays, but also followed the Vi around. So that was the prio from the get-go, it seemed. The strategy of getting Leaky ahead finally pays off in game 3 with so much pressure being directed topside. And that was what we were hoping to see from the get-go in this series. We talked about how Leaky has been very much overperforming his regular split performance, going back to what he looked like in the spring. And Hanabi had been slumping a little bit, so put on one of these, tank matchups. Yes, the Gnar can outplay an Aatrox early on, but that's the 1v1. They finally bait him into overstepping his bounds a little bit and then just shut him down over and over and over again. No chance at all for him to get back into this game. And yeah, the Aatrox was just constantly a threat from that point. So Leaky online, bot lane surviving. That's the strategy that Deep Cross seemed to have stuck onto, and it worked out in game 3.
I really just want to compel PSG. Think about dropping maybe the Kalista and Lucian. Because you know what? If DCG have to play full bottom side, I'm actually willing to say that it makes them a lot weaker than it makes them strong.
I think you're right. With the way Leaky's playing, this was actually one of the big starts where Kaiwing sees an opportunity to shut them down, but they just don't really have the damage to burst through. And then, Gory gets there late, Nesty starts things, and Cascada just goes off to the races to clean it up. And yeah, here we go again.
Yep, this is the triple kill coming in from the Zeri, and we've seen this so many times, this split. Once Zeri gets the triple, the game's kind of
This is why Zeri prio is high. Yeah, never mind all those games where she just never gets online.
It's just too hard to catch her, and especially when everyone is running cleanse these days. Kaiwing had a great catch already, but still Cascada able to scoot and then flash out, baits everyone out of position. Then you have Leaky chopping everyone down. I felt like this was the point where PSG kind of lost their bearings. They could have held on even longer if they didn't commit to this one. And to be honest, it looked like DCT were playing very timidly. So I feel like they overcommitted a little bit here. But still props on Lissandra for remaining unseen in that rush there and just goading them into a failed engage.
Yeah, I think that's definitely great play to force PSG to come to you. But you're right. I think Deep Cross playing a little timidly, most likely because of what happened the game before. Maybe this gets them some confidence back to get a little bit more decisive, and we don't have a game that did admittedly drag on. I think that was probably 5 minutes longer than it really had to be. And we're going to take a look at how the gold graph went. It just was constantly up and up and up. So hey, DCG stonks. That's definitely looking good. But
look
at the side selection swap. Yeah, I don't like this Wukong in Bury's hands. It was good in the other game. It wasn't so good here. I think the strategy of banning out a lot of Gory's high impact champions did pay off again as well. This Ahri didn't have as much impact. If you don't let PSG come back late game, well, they look like this.
Yeah, I have to say that if you do not have a dedicated lane that is supposed to win, then I don't think the Wukong pick really works, because Wukong, after the nerfs, farms very slowly. He's a champion that needs to stay in his own jungle. And if you have all of these sort of problems going around in the lanes as expected because of some of the matchups, then Wukong isn't really a good pick. He can't survive any of the burst damage. He's just a one-use engage. And congratulations to Leaky. This is what we wanted to see out of the top lane king. We saw it in the pregame. We saw it in the head-to-head. Leaky is where DCG should be focusing.
Yeah, Leaky did fantastic. With a little bit of help from his jungler, he was able to start smashing holes in that top side, and then he was just an absolute terror every which way. I love this build. It was meant to dominate lane, but it ended up being like a 1v3 Aatrox. It really is the Aatrox versus the world by the end of that. That was a massive lead, not always expected to happen, but it's great to see Leaky popping off, earning an MVP in this game. Certainly a well-earned one from him.
We're going to be heading into a next game where we have PSG with the side of the blue. So I'm thinking that we could get a pretty strong draft coming in from PSG this time. None of those red side force shenanigans.
Well, we're going to have to find out. We're going on a quick break. We'll be right back with Game 4 after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Cold waves are coming. They hit me every morning. I can taste the fear now. It's written on my lips. Woke up on a cold floor with fire in my bloodstream. You're hot and cold, critical. It's written on your lips. I'm tired of waiting in vain while you keep playing this game. We try to maintain what's already over. Deceiving, insane. I guess you like it that way. Be honest and say it's already over. It's already over. It's already over. It's already over. Hold my head underwater, I'm your villain, and I should never be forgiven. Hit me like a stray dog, tell me what to do. Just let me know what I am to you. Cold waves are coming. They hit me every morning. You're hot and cold, it's critical. It's written on your lips. I'm tired of waiting in vain while you keep playing this game. We try to maintain what's already over. Deceiving, insane. I guess you like it that way. Be honest and say it's already over. It's already over. It's already over. It's already over.
I've been waking up feeling like nothing you know. I've been running in a dream, but my legs have nowhere to go. There's a welcome sign on your doorstep, sunny but it's cold inside. I won't melt away, 'cause I'm noticed all alone. There's something I gotta know. Would you walk alone? Would you sell your soul? Would you wake up the voices for someone you love? Would you let it know? Or would you break your fall? I wanna know. Not like other people. Will you revel in our pain and so can choose my kind of falling. Spell unspoken. Lift me up, bring me down. It's not begging, it's a crawling. Cause it's the way you move, like I can see it, but it's a real webs all around me. And you call me. The things I say, and I'm in veins, and overplayed webs all around me. And you call me, and you won't let go. Webs all around me, and you call me. The things I say, and I'm in veins, and overplayed webs all around me. And you call me, and you won't let go. Wings are broken. Take my feet, I can move, lost my will without.
就要被离开给前四，完了，
德国军推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的
又是一个2打3的花枪，Triple Kill。电视不够就要被离开给前四，完了，我们的 Rush 看起来被打得好，但是自己被这个线给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚。
准备要在这一波将猎魔人全员冲掉。
差了一个位置，又是第3个，哎呀！
咱们是拿了一个搭手，开始持续的追击，现在的话瞄准他的 Triple，
被波手上挂了一个治愈，多你一个治愈，最后是被点输了。
一个红魔的一个推，拿着出方盲的效果把小林给推了回去。
Everybody once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. When it looked like things were at their darkest for Deep Cross Gaming, they were able to come right back into this one and find themselves a win to stay alive, keeping that hope of the reverse sweep. But before we get into the discussion of Game 4 here, I got to give a shout out to our sponsors, CTBC Bank and, of course, China Airlines, for making the playoffs possible this PCS season. Now, Clement, Deep Cross getting a much-needed victory. They even took a little extra time to savor that win before they finally put the Nexus away. However, we got ourselves another side swap. PSG on blue side. How does this change the calculus?
I think PSG are much, much stronger on the blue side for a number of reasons. First off, there are a team that is much used to playing around set compositions, and blue side is what allows you to do that more often than not. You get your first pick priority, then you get the second and third pick together there, so you're able to dictate what composition you want to play a little bit better. And I think the problem is that for PSG, they do not utilize red side counter picks at all. So going on to blue side, I think makes a little bit more sense. So far for PSG, I think what they should be looking for is tower dive potential onto bot lane. They want champions that have hard crowd control. They got Poppy in game 1, and the Zeri Yumi did not matter because they were able to win the bot lane and they were able to push things in. Now they're switching things up and potentially showcasing an unstoppable Ahri with the Lissandra ban.
Yeah, interesting. Lissandra being banned away themselves after Nestie's had some great performances on it, and the Kalista banned away by Deep Cross. So now that's kind of forced things away. It may even open up another opportunity for this mid lane to really start to get rolling. Talia's still available. Silas is still available. If PSG don't ban one of those, well, they can pick it up for themselves for Gory.
I still think DCG will maintain with the Silas ban. It's just been too strong for Gory, and
there's Talia.
Yeah, the Talia's already banned out on the other side. The problem here is, what do they do with against the Ahri? You know, Nestie has played something like a LeBlanc, but I don't think he's willing to go with it this time around. Hasn't played it so far in the postseason, and he's actually just going to give the Ahri over. So, you know, PSG could be pretty confident with the first pick here, or they could just go with a more standard Sivir selection.
Yeah, they got a lot of options. I think Deep Cross are banking on handshaking at least a little bit with a Yumi off the board. Silas left up, though. It's locked in first for PSG, and finally we see the shift away from the bot lane prio. Sivir insta-locked by Deep Cross in response.
think there's a ton of limitations when you see Gory on the Sylas. He's so good at engaging. He's so good at reaching your backline. So this is going to be pretty tough. And I wonder what Nesty has against this, because Nesty is not someone that really punishes you in lane. And what that means is Sylas is going to be able to get away with a lot of shenanigans. He's going to be able to coast into that late game quite comfortably. For PSG right here, they have their pick of the litter, whether they want to go for the Aphelios or the Zeri right here. I like the Sejuani. I think Renekton Sejuani is just way too strong of a combo. And most teams can flex the Sejuani right now. I feel like it's much better for Bury to get the Sejuani rather than something like the Wukong.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, he hasn't really played it. It's been all Hanabi, but I think I'd love to see it in Bury's hands instead. For PSG, the Zeri being left up, they're still going to go ahead and lock that one in and test up against the Sivir. And it does seem like the last couple of games, he who has the Zeri gets the kills. Unified hoping to go back to winning ways.
PCG so far looking like another rundown composition. They have strong, early to mid-game option in the Renekton. They're getting that Sivir online, so this time around, they're going to be taking their hands onto the Ahri, and this is a matchup slightly favored towards the Ahri earlier on. We have seen Nesty be able to punish this lane a little bit, and they do have the counter pick onto the jungle, so we could be seeing DCG finally getting Nesty unlocked, something we haven't really spotted this series.
All right. Second phase of bans. Where's the focus here? Could be supports. Kaiwing try to hit his pool. Nope. It's all about denying Hanabi his pick still. The Ornn is banned away yet again.
Yeah, I think Ornn is just a kind of a great no-brainer ban against them. Viego would be something I would want to consider right here. That's been a very strong reset composition that can get out of hand early for PSG. Something else, thinking about what else I would do. Like, I even think maybe a Trundle is fine, but I'm thinking more towards the Viego ban.
I agree with you. I think it's something Hana showed a number of times. He's had a lot of strength on it. He gives an extra reset. But they opt to ban out the Lulu instead and try to limit the support pool. I mean, it goes to show, I think both these teams really want to win that bot lane.
Yeah, kind of an interesting option right here. Like, if I'm PSG, I don't really mind that much of DCG push me. Like, I feel like that actually gives me more opportunities to gank them, and it is going to be a strong early jungle option. The Trundle coming down also works very well against solo tank compositions. If you can just subjugate Hanabi when he has that frozen armor, then you actually steal more defenses than he has later on, and you have a negative knock-on effect.
Hanabi flashing the Mordekaiser. I love it. Honestly, if there would be a time for him to pull out something like Camille, but he goes for the Aatrox instead. I love this, though. Hasn't shown it this split. Finally,
what is that face
we get to see it?
that is not the confident Corky face. That's like
I don't know if they ran it by him here. Kaiwing wants a kill lane. Kaiwing really wants a kill lane here.
You gotta win early and all the way with Fyke. I'm not sure if Fyke's a great option in this meta. It's a very snowbally option.
Yeah, Rakan makes a lot more sense. Yeah, they still get a nice engage, still a good enchanter, but it gives you more options to try and set up a really good. Let's see. I mean, I guess Woody could do this. Would this be the first Pyke in the PCS summer?
It would be. I do not think it's gonna happen. I think DCG might be looking for a big fight. Yeah, I like this option. I think Leona makes their composition a little bit too one-dimensional, which is you just charge in, you get early kills, and if your Ahri and Sivir don't work out early, well, goodbye. So I think the Renate gives him a lot more flexibility into the late game. She can buff up the Sivir, keep her alive for longer for those takedowns, and when PSG rushes at you, inevitably with their 1-3-1, then you can kind of answer back. So I like this last Renata pick. It's a really nice touch to round out the composition. Give them a little bit more flexibility and different options to play with this comp. Well, on the other side for PSG, this is a late game 1-3-1. Like, you have great escape potential. You have counter engage coming in from your support, while your Silence will win over with time. So I like that they're sticking to more of their late game style, while on the other hand, you have a stronger, more focused early game coming in from the side of DCG again.
Yeah, and I think that early game is going to determine a lot, given the way that the compositions would like to play themselves out. I think the Renata gives a lot of flexibility, especially to the side of Deep Cross. But you have to keep in mind, it also gives a potentially game-breaking ultimate over to PSG. So whenever there's a Sylas involved, you have to be very careful. I love the fact that Gory got himself a power pick. It's not happened this series thus far, and that could be the difference maker. Also, Hanabi says enough is enough. I am tired of being bullied, and he takes the Aatrox himself. This will be his. This will mark his first go on the champion, if I recall correctly, in the summer split. Yeah. I kind of want to look at Hanabi's all-time stats and take a look back at what he's done on this champion before. Looking at it, I mean, he's had some decent success, but when did he last play it? It was back in the spring playoffs up against J-Team, and that was the Hullbreaker meta.
That seemed a long time ago. I have to say, Aatrox does not feel like, to me, a Hanabi champion at all, because this is a champion that needs to get things done in the mid game. He doesn't have much to look forward into the late game, so you definitely don't expect Hanabi to play this all that often. But I think in this game, it does make a bit of sense here. You know, he does have a better scaling versus the Renekton later on. Doesn't have too bad of a laning phase against him either. And in the meantime, just looking across the board right here, we do have Nesty coming in with the spell book. So not the all-in sort of Ari we want to see, but definitely the more common.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You know, Nesty, a little bit more that type of player. He's not going to be looking to carry. This is a champion that's probably going to be moving around the map and helping out where and when they can, right? So strategy does seem to have some strong lanes, especially top side. That could still work, and a bit more of a coin flip now, but we'll have to find out. Bot side could get a lot of jungle attention. I think it's going to be all on Hana. Try and get going early on this Trundle and see if you can get it done. I mean, this isn't it isn't the tankiest composition as well. You can burst through if Bury isn't involved. And we finally, by the way, get to see Bury on a Sejuani. This is what I've been waiting for a while. Like, it feels like a no-brainer. It's a simple champion. It allows you to do so much. It's relevant at almost all stages of the game. Like, why have they not done this sooner?
Navi actually having a great trade against Leaky right here. And you know, going back to your question here, I totally agree with you. Like, Bury is a utility player, and I know for most of the split, his main role has been to keep targets away from the back line. But when you're rushing in a 1-3-1, I feel like Sejuani makes a lot more sense than the Wukong. You don't mind if your carries take a bit of farm away from you. In the meantime, you also have Hana already sectioning up for a very strong top side for DCG. And I have to say, this is one of those matchups. If you get jungle pressure, Renekton can actually just dominate early and make sure the Aatrox just doesn't grow.
Yeah, that is a possibility. And he gets the early push on. But, you know, Bury may be focusing his attention elsewhere. He's going to go through his first clear. Gets out the chicken camp. Always going to keep an eye on bot lane because it has gone a little unexpected. Kriskata and Woody have been struggling a little bit up until that last game in lane phases. It started to turn in their favor, but that was when they had the Zeri Yumi. This is, of course, going to be a Sivir and Renata. Very pokey, but keep in mind, like, the possibility of popping off is huge there. And Unified and Kaiwing have just been on another level in this playoffs. They've gotten themselves right back on form. No idea what was going on in the regular split, but it's not happening any longer.
Ooh. We do have Bury moving up to his top side, realizing everything is gone, which means basically only has one place else to go, which is
got a level advantage on it too. He's gonna go for Scuttle Crab, so we'll just get a trade of those right now. But there's still plenty of opportunities to get the gank in. I mean, look at how far forward Leaky's staying right now.
Yeah, not a very comfortable position for him.
And he doesn't have any eyes on this. He's going to go down and get a ward, but the wraparound's already here.
It.
Oh, Bury. Oh, no. Oh, man. If he goes this way, it's going to get spotted, but Hanabi is going for the cutoff. Leaky has to know something's up here, and he's just trying to funnel him in. There's the slice, the dice, and he sniffs it out. Oh, if Bury had gone the long way, it would have worked.
Yeah, that actually is great stuff coming in from Leaky, you know, just detecting that the wrap was coming around, so he drops the ward. And those situations are kind of hard to guess. You're not sure when the ward actually went down or not. So I think that maybe Bury thought it might have gone down a little earlier than that. And Leaky able to walk away from that one. Even gets a good trade down onto the Navi.
Yeah, this is nice. I do like to see a bit of a fighting matchup, right? Like, especially when it's been kind of like a bully fest up until this point. Hanabi gonna, you know, get back to it, and at least he's been able to keep pace and farm for the time being, and it was Bury going up there top first, not able to find success, but now Hana going to look to do the same thing in the mid, looking for Gory. Still level 5, no hijack just yet. Oh, but he's got plenty of sticking power still. ST has to turn him back around. Gory should definitely have the better of this matchup.
I was definitely looking for an opportunity to just gank Gory. I feel like that's the way you want to use this 2v2, and in comes Hana again. They're just waiting for the TP. Oh, the TP's not even going to come through. Nesty just going to go forward. Gory has to sniff this.
Frozen Domain. Gory is able to walk to the safe side of the map. I mean, yeah, I think Gory's not going to fall for this too much. Should be able to play it out pretty well. Top lane, on the other hand, though, Hanabi does get a little bit bullied. Man, if level 6 stings, that could make all the difference. But a good turn. Hanabi's able to even up that health, as he is still forced to back away. Teleport will be coming through in a moment. I think he's going to let this one crash. Oh, Hanabi's backed. Stopped his back, rather.
Actually, a pretty decent wave position for him. Doesn't mind this too much. Yeah, he can stay around. There's not much Leaky can do. He's not going to go into tower range.
Here comes Hana as well, but he might be a little late to the party. And he's on a ward as well. Yeah, he just starts backing in full Viz. There's the back, the TP for Hanabi. Leaky does have 6, but shouldn't be setting up the dive. And we have a much quieter game than we have this entire series. It feels like everybody got at their aggression last time, and then that last game kind of slowed the pace a bit, Clement. Maybe we're just cruising to a finish.
I would say that a slow start like this, definitely in favor of PSG. They have kind of the scaling 1-3-1 waiting for them in the back, and I think they just have the better deal when it comes to champions like the Aatrox and the Sylas especially. So if the early game is completely quiet and DCG isn't able to make use of Ahri Trundle, that's a big win for PSG.
Just got to keep it locked up. And, a lot of that's going to be on Hanabi not getting soloed, sniffing out any jungle pressure. They both have 6 at this point, so they can take that fight. Bury is back in mid lane, and he doesn't have his ultimate either, but he's making Nesty, guess twice in this one. Gory's been able to at least get some decent trades, but it's pretty much dead even on the farm game. The big advantage right now, it seems, is in that bottom, but even that's not that much. Unified also, gone for the more trading-oriented start rather than the Cole that we saw in Frescata's hands last time. He's also matched on Doran's Blades. And I think, yeah, this chill start's going to certainly favor PSG. Like, sure, Hanabi's losing out on the farm, but not the worst thing that could happen.
Really isn't even that much, and I think Gory getting through laning phase completely unmolested is always bad news. We have seen what Gory can do in these team fights. He just goes for the backline so consistently, and like you said, he does have the potential to just keep everyone there, and you also have a Rakan to follow up that engage, so the flanking potential from PSG is just going to be absolutely massive. And we have seen in this meta, it's very difficult to prevent flanks because the objectives take so long to actually clear out. And that's what I'm waiting to see. PSG has always been masters of this, just finding the different angles to collapse on.
They were looking for it again right there. Herald is actually just about to spawn, and it was Deep Cross that were kind of making moves up, but inside PSG vision. And now Bury and Kaiwing start to roam up, looking for a potential play on Deliki, who sees this coming in Tri-Brush, but they're still here. Hana is as well, and I think this is just buying Hanabi a little bit of space to push forward, and now they're going to drag him down to opt into not even a Herald play. Okay, just taking it easy.
I don't think either side is particularly confident of starting the Herald. If I'm PSG, I feel like I would want to play with DCG actually starting on the Herald. Like, I just have so much more upside getting Sylas into the backline directly than compared to starting it myself. So I think PSG are pretty happy to just wait here, put a little bit of pressure, get some vision here, but they want DCG to be on the objective first.
DCG don't want to be either. So we just see the two teams looking at each other menacingly. Ooh, Pillar. Oh, the Ice Bullet goes wide. Now they're going to start the fight. Nesty looking for Unified on the back. This man's let Charm in to that cleanse, but he's out of there. All the same, Kaiwing picks up First Blood. They get Hana out. Gory falls on the opposite side. It's a trade 1-for-1, and Deep Cross are the ones on the chase with the numbers advantage. Unified desperately trying to get back to the team. Another Charm lands a double kill. Frescata's on the board.
There's the big hostile takeover onto 2, and DCG with a firm win here. They're going to get some plates and a Herald afterwards.
Ooh, okay, the plate doesn't quite fall, but all the same, tempo advantage huge for Deep Cross. Frescata gets himself 2 kills in this one, and man, it has been all about these bottom laners getting the early advantages. Now the Herald is going to go, and at Deep Cross, it looks like they were just ready to pull the trigger a little faster. PSG, they were the ones who opened hostilities, but they lost out at the end.
A huge part of that fight was just Nesty's ability to find the charm onto Unified and force him out early. Because DCG were the ones to actually lose members first. They lost Hana onto the top side, but because Unified, couldn't really join afterwards, they were able to win this one. Also, PSG's start was a little bit fumbled. They didn't find the 2 initial engages. It took a very long time for them to actually find Hana, which meant that DCG was able to get back here rather early. And as we see this fight here, turn around the corner, they have to take the long route here. They get chased down, and that's another kill over to the side of Cascade.
Yeah, man, top lane no longer an island, apparently. Everybody was coming to that party. More like a resort town, as PSG do have the timing window to start off on this first dragon, the Infernal. Should be going their way without a whole lot of options to contest. And let's take a look at where things stand with the dust settling. About 11 minutes on the game clock. The gold lead in favor of Deep Cross just a little bit, but we haven't seen that Herald put to use just yet. PSG with a pretty critically important dragon, though. Get themselves that extra 6% AD and AP could make all the difference in the later stages of the game. But we'll reset back to lanes after a little bit of fun.
I think Hana was spotted here, so PSG are just going to play this one safely. And I still have to mention, I feel like DCGs need a big team fight win somewhere to get them over.
That wasn't quite. That wasn't quite enough. That was good, but not quite enough. And now PSG on the chase. They get the stolen Spirit Rush. Hana gets chunked down. And so what you're talking about, Gory just going into the dive on the back lines, or just on anybody really, and opportunistically looking for a kill. Gory is a very different player when he has one of these power picks.
I'm so surprised that Burry just didn't go for it there. Hana had no flash, so that was actually quite an easy kill. But they're saving it for later. Let's see if they can find something. Burry definitely could have ulted Trundle there, but decided not to. But they do get the TP off, and we are gonna come into a little bit of a reset. I feel like DCG are just gonna wait for the next Drake to come up at this point. They don't really have strong lanes to play through, and Trundle's not your typical great ganking jungle here, so it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, this game could take a bit. Oh, Nesty just waiting right out in the mid. Oh, he was trying to bait out a play as well, but he doesn't send the charm. Instead, the Orb of Deception. Gory still dodges it all the same. Both junglers involved in the mid lane, and the Eye of the Rift Herald is going to get popped by DCG, and they've actually managed to chase away most of PSG talent, so this should be a pretty good charge, but it's only the couple of plates as now PSG make moves in for that one in exchange. And well, the game just keeps swinging, just very, very close in this early one. Remember what these teams are playing for. It is a lower bracket finals appearance, not a Worlds appearance just yet. Gotta get through Mega Bank Beyond Gaming for that. But it's still all the same, very important for both squads. Deep Cross, they're looking to overcome the spring split late postseason collapse that saw them go out at the hands, not of PSG, in fact, but that was the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket last time around. And for PSG, they got to recapture the throne. This is our team that has won so many of our PCS titles. Of the 5 splits that have already happened, going back to 2020, in the start of the PCS era, if you will. This is a team that has earned oh so many of them.
Yeah, this is absolutely
4 out of 5.
We have such a dominant team here. I almost just because.
But they may not win this time. They're in the lower bracket. I mean, we've never seen this team fall this far down early, and I think it goes to show how competitive the league is getting these days. CFO were the team that did it in 5.
That's why they're now in the finals. Subconsciously always rooting for the J-Team universes just to spice things up for us.
There's so many of them, right?
Yeah, like one of them has to make.
Hard not
surely.
to like. There's definitely a flavor of J-Team that's right for you out there somewhere. If you're looking for a team in the PCS to support. And Deep Cross are definitely an exciting one. But yeah, story time. We had a little bit of time to talk about it. I think no matter what happens here in this series, it'll be really great to see the next round. But at the same time, I think PSG, they've been challenged this split much more than any other. I mean, these two teams were the number 1 and number 2 seeds. They're in the lower bracket, for crying out loud. And they were only one win apart from each other in the regular season.
And, you know, we are getting to that point where everything is going to come down, I feel like, to this big team fight here. The Hextech Drake is the most contested one, currently on 12.14. The stats it gives are just great. The attack speed works for everyone. We're seeing all the big mythics come up here. And we're just kind of waiting for Zeri to make her way back. Nesty does find that charm.
Ooh, yeah, but Gory finds those chains. He's not got the kill just yet, but he is constantly threatening. That's something you have to keep your eyes on when you watch Gory here. As he just gets another slam down. 15 minutes on the game clock. Low kill game. Dead even in gold. The Dragon's still in favor of PSG. And 30 seconds until this Hextech is going to spawn up.
I don't think Ari can make it back. I think this is a little bit of a misplay here from Nesty. Like, Silas's moves were rather telegraphed, but Ari still stayed around for the punishment. At least Hana is going to secure the blue buff. Let's see if he can make it back just in time. Kind of dissuade this one.
They're looking for a play.
Yeah, Renekton's even coming down.
PSG,
we don't have the mythic from Unified. Yeah, he's backing out here, but I think they're backing a little bit late. This could be a straight pop for DCG.
Yep. I think PSG just kind of ceded this control away. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this game has definitely had like a very different pace than the others, Clement. I mean, we kind of slowed down at the end, and now it feels like everybody's stuck in second gear. It's like I'm listening to the opening theme of Friends.
And we have some interesting things developing across the map here. DCG actually trying to break open the map. This is not typically what you want to do when you're playing against 1-3-1. You'd actually rather keep the lanes short.
It's a trade. Hanabi's doing the same thing, but he's doing it solo. Now, he is a little slower, so first brick goes DCG's way. That should help them in the gold game, but I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of just trade of objectives. It's like we're back in a lane swap meta or something like that.
Yeah, and PSG get a lot more mileage off of this one. They're going to get 2 towers for 1, essentially, because if they get the Herald, it's a guaranteed take on the mid lane. So I actually feel like if I'm PSG, I'm pretty happy with this trade overall. I avoid a major team fight against DCG that could give DCG their power spike in the early game, and I also win out on the objective trade. So I'm a little bit baffled by DCG's decision to then move down for the trade. Basically, PSG had a much more efficient trade across the map, and not be able to solo down 1 tower. They get almost the entirety of mid lane, and then also the Herald.
Yeah, that was honestly a little bit of a strange turn of events. As we start to see some big item buys coming through, Burry picks up the Frozen Fist, and yeah, you know, like Unified's got his World Shield Bow, but that back certainly cost, I think, a whole lot of pressure. And you got to keep in mind, Criscata, this 2-item Sivir accelerated in this game. It's something PSG will absolutely have to respect.
Yeah, like, even when he's down all that CS, I believe he's still very close in gold, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. PSG at this point finally overtake the gold lead, and I just feel like DCG made the wrong decision in trading across the map the way that they did. Both lanes are open here. That's great for these champions like the Sylas, like the Aatrox. They love to play in these lane situations. They could even freeze the lanes. I don't think DCG could do much without it. And
yeah, I don't think so either.
It's just hard to see after that trade where DCG actually find the plays after this one. I feel like PSG can just play around the map and they can slow things down if they want to.
Yeah, and again, like, this is a team that has really loved, like, when things have gone methodically, and even burning through the spell shield. They do manage to get a charm into Criscata, but nonetheless, he still uses his flash to get out of harm's way. Burry's Bolo does not go where it needs to, and meanwhile, they're looking to try and set this one up. The hostile takeover lands and stop Burry for just a second. Maybe Deep Cross have an opportunity to get the kill in this one.
Leaky goes in.
It's not there. Leaky into the backline, getting the shutdown. That's big gold now. Nesty staying alive for a couple more seconds, but does he have enough to get out? I can't believe it. He does the double kill, coming through for a Leaky, looking to set up more as Hanabi does get something back for his team, but it's just so little. It's just not enough. And yes, he's threatening like a wounded animal in a corner, but it doesn't matter. Leaky getting the unofficial triple kill, and Deep Cross winning huge on that fight.
Yeah, I think Unified pulled the trigger a little bit too early. He went across the wall for that one, and now Hana trying to find some punish. Not going to get it there.
Yeah, doesn't quite find a way to close the gap. Maybe he can bait Gory out, although that Subjugate on is going to make that a little bit harder. Nothing to take off the back of that fight critically, but Deep Cross certainly win it out, and Leaky gets massive gold.
That was the big fight that DCG wanted from their mid game. So let's watch this again. I feel like PSG overplayed their hands. They already burned 2 ultimates onto Sivir, and if you're Sivir, this is actually a worthwhile trade. Trade 1 flash away from 2 ultimates. It's going to give you a very strong lead into this fight. And look at this engage angle here. I think most critically, Unify goes over the wall and finds himself in a terrible position. Has to instantly flash out. Leaky says thank you very much. Closes up the ramp, and then Hanabi can't chase inside the tower. So I just feel like PSG just overplayed their hand following on the chase up here, and DCG win out huge. They're going to be able to execute the rundown into silence after this one for sure.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they wanted to do, getting on the board. They already had the Sivir starting to pick up kills, but adding to that the Renekton as well, it becomes a massive threat. The Kempung Chainsword is completed now. 20 minutes Leaky on the 2 items. Well, I'll talk about that in a minute, because that is going to be the turn, but a counter turn from PSG. They look to go for even more here as they take Woody out of this, and Gory comes in fresh as you like to try and keep this cleaned up, but Kriskata says absolutely not today. PSG are still finding openings, still finding damage, but it seems like they've run out of kill threat. A 1-for-1 trade extended.
But PSG still have the much better condition onto this one, so they're going to be able to stay around here and force out even more HP bars. You see Unified going in. They're just making sure to pad a little bit more room as they turn towards that Drake.
Boy. So, before all of that happened, it was starting to look like DCG were quite out in the lead, able to make moves where they wanted to on the map. PSG, they just open up, they find an opportunity, they get the counterplay, and still finding these really scrappy plays, very chaotic, unlike a lot of what we'd seen the rest of this game. And now, inside track on the Mountain Dragon, but not super confident they can start it. Let's take a look at how this fight began. It was off the back of Nesty and Hana. They found a collapse, but Unify just tanks through it all, dodges the charm with ease, and his positioning is just so good in this series.
Yeah, if you look at that fight, a couple big things here is Kaiwing is able to stall out the initiation from DCG, and then Leaky has to spend time on the teleport to come in onto the fight afterwards. So PSG, they're able to blunt the attack and, pull out of a fight where Kriskata was 3-0-3. I think that's a massive achievement in and of itself to kind of walk away with that on even hand. But for DCG, they're still able to come back on the map a little bit stronger afterwards and take away the objective.
Continues to swing just a little bit. Gold game just about dead even, but that Dragon diff is going to make some. As they now look to catch Unified, he's able to get back into the safety of the tower. The counter turn's always a possibility, and the pillar denies Gory coming in. PSG just immediately have this ridiculous collapse capability, but Kaiwing does get caught. Bursted, not enough. Hostile takeover lands, but it's dodged on the side by Hanabi. Man, this is like a boxing match in this mid lane. It's full ARAM that is turned into. It's just abilities traded left and right, but nobody goes down.
Sorry, not the flash. A little bit overhyped onto that one. The Nesty does go in for an aggressive
flashes, what have you. Yeah, this is still just like so opportunistic. Both these teams getting antsy here. Again, this is it. Elimination for Deep Cross. Should they lose this one, PSG would still have a game banked up, but they don't want to go out anyways, have to play another. After that last loss did drag for a while for them. 23 minutes is the game clock here. Exactly even in the gold game.
Oh, things are getting really tense here. We're seeing DCG trying to push their carry advantage a little bit here. They are even in gold, but you do expect DCG to have a little bit more oomph just right now with the Renekton and the Sivir. So they're definitely going forward a lot of these times, trying to find these picks, but so far it just hasn't been enough. I really like that Mercury Treads coming in from Kaiwing. That was absolutely massive, as he is able to survive through the charm, through the Everfrost, and still get out okay. I don't think he would have been able to do that without the boot choice here.
I agree. I think these little adaptations do make a large difference for them. So that has helped out time and again. Got to be able to dodge out some of those big threats, the damage dealers, the 3-0 Renekton and Sivir especially. And also Hana on this Trundle has been getting a lot of work done. Those pillars, they've been denying the counter engages, the returns. denying Gory an ability to come in. Like, yeah, it doesn't stop everybody. It doesn't stop, like, Zeri or the Rakan, but it can certainly help.
I think what we're seeing is that Gory actually has to be the one to rush in, because if Bury goes in, he just gets instantly subjugated, and he's gone. Like, he doesn't have the resistances anymore. The Aftershock actually works against him in that case. Actually gives him negative resistance after subjugate, so...
That feels bad, man.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those mechanics that just goes against you when up against a Trundle. So I think mainly it has to do with Gory coming in, layered engaged by Kaiwing afterwards, and then you have Bury kind of following up the trap with everyone. So I think it's still going to stay on for a while here, but we're seeing what the big difference here is. DCG want to group up, force things mid, while PSG mainly prefer to just spend their time on the side lanes.
Yeah, well, they're the 1-3-1 comp late, right? I mean, the later this game goes, the more that can start to favor them, especially to recover from losing out on some of those kills. The Zeri will get online as well, become a massive damage, as we've seen in the last couple of games. But there's the accelerated pace they got to work with. Speaking of accelerated, PSG, they're going to be the ones opening up, and they threw the bailout. Find Cryscata. The shutdown is huge. Big gold for Unified. Even through his own cleanse, he has to burn. Woody going to fall down as well as Gory finishes the job. Hanabi zoning Hana and Nesty as Leaky tries to tank through, even with the charm help. He has a lot of health bars to cut through, managing to find 2 with the help of Nesty, but Unified looks to clean up all the same. The charm does land. That might buy Nesty enough time to get out of harm's way, but looking for the cutoff here as he sends the laser straight into the back of the head. Nesty buys time. That's not going to matter at the end. He tries to get the outplay, and it ends up being the 2-for-4 PSG. Now back on.
And nobody was looking at the Bury. As Gory comes in from the top side, you have Bury instantly flashing in onto Cryscata, just catching him off guard right there. What a beautiful engage coming in, and also the Kaiwing follow-up. Just caught ACG completely off guard. Oh, from 3 different angles as well. You have the TP on the right side coming in from
Credit to Leaky here, though. He's almost dead. With a little help from Nesty, he's like, wait a minute, those health bars are low. He slices in and out, and they helps them get a kill apiece, but they still die at the end of the day. Unified's online.
Yeah, at the end, they only get 2 kills for 4 here, so massive trade opportunity win here for PSG. The big thing is, once again, you have a fed Zeri on the map, 3-1 and 2. Look at the damage number there.
Big fat 0 for the Sivir. Yeah. Oh, Cryscata. Should have taken cleanse.
Yeah, I almost prefer the cleanse even when you still have the spell shield in most cases here. PSG now decidedly in the lead. They're going to choke out this Drake. No answer here from DCG. Ooh, things are looking pretty rough on DCG's side here. I feel like they just missed their opportunity to kind of chase people down. They had such a massive lead on Cryscata, but they didn't find any decisive fights in the meantime.
No, that was the issue, right?
Yeah.
They had good leads. They had the tempo, the advantage. They were able to get some great dragons, and yeah, it feels like it started to unfurl a little bit here. The gold leads for PSG, they've just been a lot more decisive in choosing the engagements and the counter engagements. But there's still a chance for this DCG side to come back. That's still a big Renekton, a big Sivir. Nesty can always find those big charm options. I need Woody to hit a huge hostile takeover. If they can do that, turn the Zeri against PSG, that can flip a fight. Just keep your eye on the cleanse timer.
That's true. It's going to have to travel quite a while, because the way Zeri plays these team fights, she's usually very far in the back.
It's a good anti-Renata tech, you know? Just like, just dodge it.
It's certainly possible. I've seen the Unified charge in a couple times, and once again, here DCG is grouped up. They're going to chase this one.
That cleanse. Now we're going to go for it. Hanabi is under fire, but he's so zooms away. DCG can't catch him. There's nothing they can do, and they've already spent a lot of their engage tools. PSG can recognize now. Ooh, they're going to make moves towards the Baron, look to try and split the focus.
Such a slippery composition, and DCG are lacking a lot of standard engage here. They're almost reliant on Nesty from starting things here. They don't have the strong engage from their jungle or their support position. They went for more about early laning phases. They didn't find it. And now they're just kind of struggling to force PSG into bad positions here. PSG just know what they have to do. You know, if DCG want to group, sure, we'll group with you, but we'll control both sides of the vision, and we won't full-on engage. That's just all PSG needs to do.
Absolutely. So, yeah, not a whole lot at the moment that DCG can really do about what PSG have gotten done on this map. And well, that's troubling as the game goes. The 1-3-1 just starts to get more and more of a problem for them.
Look at
We're about to take into
right
that
here.
30-minute... Oh, the death cap third item. Whew. That Silas is going to hit real hard. Chainsaw some heft to him.
You could just
This is for Strike Silas, too.
Oh, boy, yeah. He's very accelerated at this point. They know that he's there. Get the chase down. The question really is how DCG going to force PSG into a bad position? Like, how are they going to find that uneven numbers fight on one of these side lanes? I think that what they should do is push mid, but maybe try to go into one of these sides. Maybe try to make Hanabi work for it, you know? Oh, Woody.
Getting a little chunked. Yeah, it's one of those problems when you're playing an Enchantress support. It's susceptible to the burst damage. The Zeri, 3 items now, and a half. Look at the last Whisper. Hanabi on 3 as well. He's come right back into this game
for sure, but it's it's a really difficult. I want to see DCG try to just collapse on one of these side lanes. Maybe I think that could potentially work, or allow PSG to try and push in. I don't think like running in mid, A-ramming it is gonna work because PSG just have way too good of a vision control on both sides of the river at the same time. So they can kite into any one of these bushes and just be out of sight. Like it's going to cost PSG so much more.
Yeah, they've been able to do it multiple times at this point. And Deep Cross just keep playing the same game plan. It seems like they've stalled out of ideas for the time being. They're going to have to find some new ones here. They do find a catch onto Gory, but he just dashes around the side, gets that stolen subjugate, uses it immediately, staying alive. Does have to pop that stopwatch, and hostile takeover completely dodged. Second wind effort here coming in from PSG, just looking for a target as they are scattering to the winds. They find Woody, but he's able to flash out to safety, immediately turn their attention on Leaky. Now, Deep Cross are the slippery ones here, but that's a lot of key summoners burned, and it's a minute till Dragon, but the Baron is also live, and PSG have no qualms at all about starting this off.
Oh, that was 5 ultimates traded for 3 on the side of DCG, so decided teamfight advantage here, and Kaiwi quickly looking for the killing blow. He finds everyone on DCG. They might not be able to run away, and here comes the back.
They're going to get the Baron and look to get the sandwich on as well. They use Hanabi to just keep them in line and start to open fire. Leaky bursts down, the double kill coming through, looking for the chase down the finisher. Gory's coming through, that's the triple kill, coming for the Zeri, looking for more. The Quadra should be set up here. There it goes, and Hana on the run. It was Gory that took Nesty out to deny that last one. And Hana may hop the wall, he may live, but there will just be so much pressure on this tower, and he will absolutely not. The ace comes through, and now PSG looks for base.
PSG got the comeback here. I don't think they can finish in this push. Members are still a little bit too far away from this one, but they're definitely going to be able to take the inhibitor and the third Drake for sure.
Wow, what a swing. Again, they commit to the Baron, and instead of turning off the fight, look at the difference in this game and the last one. DCG spent, what, 3-4 minutes just dancing around the Baron. PSG had absolutely no issue at all at starting this and then finishing the job when they knew it was low enough. They had the teleport play set up. They were just a couple of steps ahead, and DCG never knew what hit them.
Yeah, this is a beautiful collapse onto the ramp right here. You know, Hanabi goes in, sinks, takes most of the damage, but still has lasagnas to survive this one. And it almost looks dicey for a bit here as Kriskala is able to survive, but in goes Gory with the death cap Spirit Dash. No one's going to be surviving that one. Spirit Rush, excuse me, as he just rips through the backline on DCG. Just beautiful stuff from Gory, and that's what I was talking about the last game as well. That's what I want to see out of DCG. Like, if you're in that big of a lead, you drop any ward in the back line, the enemy comes out past their red buff, you just chase them down. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, there it was. Gold lead explodes, Baron on 4 members. Gory was the only one to die in that engage, and yeah, sure, you get objective gold up top. Okay, that's nice, but you're starting to run out of steam here and run out of chances. This is an elimination game for Deep Cross. They can't afford to drop it. They'll be out of contention for the playoffs, out of contention for the World Championship. Leaky getting chased down. PSG, they see the matchup against Beyond Gaming coming up next. They see it in their eyes, but they're eyes on the prize. This Nexus, that last 50 gold, that's all they need to get there.
saw Unify 3-shot Leaky and take him down to half HP. That's how fed he is at this point. Already sitting on 6 items. He just has that LDR to go at the end. See if I think what we need to see is Woody just hold on to his hostile takeover a little bit longer. Like, he hasn't really been having any impactful ones so far in this game.
PSG have also just done a great job at like keeping that at arm's length, right? They always respect the distance. Now the chase down, speaking of distance, Hanami maybe didn't respect all that CC chain. The charm was huge. They'll take him down, but look at the base, what's happening up on the top side. The supers are just crashing in. But let's see if they can get the numbers advantage, get the play. Leaky on the side. Is that wrap around?
The big turnaround, they're going in.
Ah, Gory sees him. He's spotted. Also the hostile takeover in his pocket as well. You have to respect that. Even with the numbers disadvantage, PSG get the objective. Well, just about. A few inches away, and that's a big old crash on there, but Chrysagotta goes down even through the bailout. Now, the turnabout's there without taking down Unify, without taking down Kaiwing. But this doesn't seem to be much of a chance. Leaky goes in for the Hail Mary, but he gets stuffed. Oh, that's the end of it. Nestee's the last one standing, but I don't think he will be for long as he limps back to the safety of the fountain. It doesn't even matter if he gets there because this is going to be it. PSG find the final fight and in 35.5 minutes, take down the final Nexus. 4 games in, punch their ticket to the lower bracket finals against Beyond Gaming.
PSG, at the very end of their game, they play like they always do. It's very calm and measured, but they strike when they know they have the percentages in their corner right there. There's no hesitation. They've just been on this path so many times before. And once again, they are going to eliminate part of the J-Team universe. This is the end of summer for the DCG squad right here. They had a valiant effort. I love their bans throughout, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to showcase the usual dominance that they had throughout some of their laning phases, like they had against Frank Esports, like they had in the regular season. Against PSG, that just didn't fly. I feel like the bot lane definitely was a pretty big gap right there. And again, when we came to the mid lane, we didn't see any sizable or tangible advantages coming out from the priority picks from Nesty or Hana. So I think unfortunately it was more a game about scaling. It came more about composition than it was about tempo.
Absolutely, and that's what favors PSG. Able to
slow games,
move away from the things that they aren't quite as good at, tempo gameplay, managing to control it and find the perfect precision strike. It's like the assassins, and you know what? They've managed to do it to 2 members of the J-Team universe. You know who they're coming for next in this one, Clement? It's going to be CFO in the finals if they can get through Beyond Gaming. PSG still alive
too far ahead.
Yeah, that's true. They got to focus on a match at a time. All the same, this sets up a classic, right? This one goes back to Megabank Beyond Gaming in their debut in 2021, where this team came out of nowhere, this hotshot rookie by the name of Doggo, and they just took PSG to quite a lot of games. They made it into Worlds as a 2nd seed. We all know what happened after that, but I'm excited to see who of those 2 teams is going to Worlds, because already we've narrowed the pool down to 3. CFO already locked. It's going to be great. But back into this series, back into this match, Deep Cross, I think a really valiant effort. 3-1 doesn't seem quite as close as it really was, but they did give away a couple things at the end. I think that Silas was a big issue for them at the end. The Zeri proved why the prio is so high in 3 out of our 4 games today, and Unified and Kaiwing, they're back, baby. They're on point.
Oh boy, yeah, for sure. We have that bot lane strength coming in, and going up against Wako and Kino is going to be a match of a whole new level right here. I'll be honest, Chrysagotta and what we've seen from Woody has been a little bit subpar compared to their usual standards. And Unified, I think, got a pretty big boost out of that one as well. And I think the big thing we were taking away here is that Zeri is still very difficult to deal with when she gets fed, when she goes into the late game. It really forces the enemy composition to pack a lot of hard engage options. What we've been seeing most successful against Zeri has actually been something like the Nautilus. You throw out a hook there and you go out the depth charge, it takes a long time for her to then get back into the fight afterwards. Like, she's going to be missing a lot of those lightning crash stacks when she finally does start to deal damage. But I think that's been kind of a critical thing here into the games, is that if you're going up against Zeri, you really want kind of that hard crowd control in the bot lane, and this is the turnaround.
Speaking of hard crowd control, Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
great
just
stuff
so
from
much
Bird.
burst. Like, I mean, yeah, Criscata gets a bailout, but he barely gets an auto off before he gets taken down, and it's off to the races from here. Like Leaky, I think this guy has tried so hard to just be the carry for the team and try to carry the weight that was Criscata and Woody in this series. Like, I think they've definitely fallen off a bit of a peak. We were really excited for this team based on their spring performance and even the regular split, but just a little too little, a little too late, and the coordination, the 5-man staying power, PSG just that much better. This was the moment that Unified got off to the races with the triple kill, and PSG's decisiveness shone through here. They start the Baron. They not only do that, they hard commit to it. So many teams in this league would get cold feet. We've seen it happen. This very squad, Deep Cross, took a long time for it, and when it got that low, they go for it. They get the smite, and they get the teleport to turn the play. PSG just know exactly how to do what they want.
Yeah, Nabi goes over the wall, knowing that he's just there as a sacrificial lamb to keep everyone in place. Doesn't even die himself. Allows Gore to clean up right afterwards. This is the strength of PSG. They just know what to do at the exact moments. They're far more experienced than the rest of the teams that we have. Even against guys like CFO that, been to World in 2020. Like, the weird thing is PSG is actually the young team against CFO, but they still play like the veterans rather than the like the up-and-comers when it comes to that one. So I think PSG are just, this is my prediction for PSG. I feel like they're going to run into more trouble at Worlds against teams, like if they go to Worlds. Okay, I'm just going to preface that first.
Yeah, they're not 100% locked, but I think history is a safe indicator, but I don't want to count out Megabank Beyond Gaming just yet for sure.
So I think for PSG, their problem is that if they're going up against strong laning teams, they are much weaker than their Maple and River version. I don't think it's the same team at all. Like, this is the team that's going to wait 15 minutes, 20 minutes to get back, and they need a lot of those well-set-up team fights, which, frankly, PCS teams don't have the experience to handle a lot of the times. But if they go up against, I think if they go up against a lot of 3rd or 4th seeds from EU and NA, they will actually perform better because they will pick less risky comps and have more mistake, a room for error as they go for the scaling competitions. So I'm kind of caught in this bind about PSG. Well, about my feelings and how they're going to represent.
I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, and like obviously they still have to get through Beyond Gaming, who are the comeback team. But like here's the thing too, we've seen them lose just barely to the side of CFO, who are our early game lane stomping team. So I think they are at least somewhat prepared for that. And it's so good to see Unified back on point because that was a worry. He is absolutely back. He earns himself an MVP on the Zeri performance. And 45.5% of his team's damage. He's almost half the team. Yeah. Heck yeah, Unified. Good job. Yeah, he's pointing at himself. Yes, you did that.
Yeah. I think Zeri is just such a strong part of the composition for PSG. And for PSG particularly, because if you look at the compositions they play, it's front to back. They have a great comp with a Zeri, which is kind of your go-to late game composition, 12.14. Then you have the 1-3-1 comp where Zeri also fills in because she's just too difficult to catch. She has no survivability issues in the mid lane. And I just feel like it almost forces other teams to do what CFO did against them, which is you go for super strong laning champions with the likes of the Draven, and you just try to shut Unified down the hard way, the manly way, I would say. Just overwhelm him with damage and come through. So I wonder if Wako can go down that route because Wako also has a pretty mean Kalista. It's going to be all about the bot lane for me in the next series.
Absolutely, and it's going to be all about this bot lane in our interview. We're going to hear from Unified himself right after this. Don't go anywhere.
That you give the most, and it started out like oh so close. Now it's hard to keep you on the phone. No matter what I do, you're never satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind.
Hello，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人列志。首先恭喜 PSG 拿下今天本场比赛的胜利。Hey guys, I'm Riju and welcome to the post-match winner interview. Today we have none other than PSG's AD carry Unified. Can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天邀请到 AD 位的 Unified 选手来到采访席，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 AD 女粉。
So the first question that I want to ask you is, this is your first time in the last 2 years of PCS doing an individual post-match interview. Are you nervous right now? What are your thoughts? 那这是 Unify 选手在这2年的 PCS 当中第一次当人手赛后采访，现在感受如何呢？会不会紧张呢？
有一点紧张吧。
So he said that he is a little bit nervous. So my next question is going to be about today's series. Did the team expect to 3-1 versus DCG today? Also, what do you think went wrong in that game number 3? 那今天的3-1是在战队的预期之内吗？觉得第三把最大的问题是出在哪里呢？
今天3-1的话，应该算是在预期之内吧。因为其实我们第三把其实算是在试一些，就试一些阵容之类的，所以可能输了有点也没那么意外这样。
So he said that the 3-1 today versus DCG was a bit expected. It was within the team's expectations. As to what the biggest problem was in the game number 3, he thinks that it was about composition. It was about more so of their draft. So the fact that they lost game number 3, he's actually not that worried about it because it wasn't really down to their individual mistakes so much as it was in the draft phase. So my next question is about game number 2 because PSG were down 5,000 at 20 minutes, but yet the team still managed the comeback victory. I want to ask who led the comeback and also how did the team find those advantages to make it back into the game? 那第二把 PSG 是在20分钟，在经济落后大概5000块的情况下，成功的逆风翻盘，那中期的决策是谁发起的呢？可以分享一下，就是你们是怎么找机会赢回来的，还有以及队友那时候的沟通。
其实那把，在我的状况是，因为我是比对面 AD 肥的，所以那时候打团的话，我觉得还是可以打的。然后那时候刚好回家那一波看到那个鳄鱼压得太浅了，所以去抓他的时候，他也把技能全交，所以比较简单把他杀了。然后他们 TP 过来的时候，就觉得他们开始送了，所以那把就准备可以开大龙这样。
So he said that actually, for him personally, when if the bottom lane was such that even though the rest of his team was behind DCG, he was still ahead of Cascada. So he felt that personally because he was still a bit fed that the team were still able to fight. And then he said that there was also one instance where the Renekton over in the top side was trying to hit back to base and spend his gold, and they were just very easily able to textbook go up and get a kill on him before he went back to base. Also, they were able to get all of Renekton's skills as well at that point in time. And then there was one instance where DCG were using their TP, and he felt that it was kind of from that point onwards where he felt that DCG were kind of throwing their lead, so they were able to come back after that. So my next question is that PSG seem to have taken a bit of a downturn lately, but with today's victory, is everyone on the team, is your confidence level starting to come back? 那 PSG 最近的状况似乎比较低迷，能够拿下今天这场胜利之后，大家有没有开始恢复自信呢？
我觉得应该有对今天赢下来有帮助吧。就是， 大家打着打着都觉得就是怎么说呢，就是看我有站出来的话，大家应该比较恢复自信一点吧。
So he said that he does think that today's series really helped in building the team's confidence back. He thinks that today, as the series went on, he could kind of tell that like everyone on the team was slowly getting more confidence as they played. He said that also his own personal contribution was that because he was doing pretty good today, and he thinks his teammates saw how well he was doing, and that also gave the rest of the team more confidence. So, talking about your performance today, because in today's series, it kind of looked like you were the senpai showing the new kid on the block who's boss. So, how would you assess Chris Gatta's performance in lane? 那今天这系列赛在下路都展现了老大哥的气势，对新人来了一个震撼的教育。那你个人可以评价一下跟 Chris Gatta 对线的感觉吗？
我觉得他对线也还不错，只是可能理解方面比较经验没那么多吧。
什么样的理解呢？
对线的理解。
Mm. So he said that he thinks that Cascada is a pretty good laner. He thinks that Cascada actually has very good reflexes and reactions in lane, but where he thinks that he's lacking is he doesn't really understand like the details of the matchups in lane. So my follow-up question, of course, is then can you rank the three remaining ADCs left in PCS Summer Playoffs, Yu, Shun, as well as Wako? 那能够排名一下季后赛还剩下的三位 AD 选手 Shun、Wako 以及你。
其实我觉得大家都差不多，但对我来说，我觉得勋因为比较难打一点，因为他角色池比较深。
对线呢？
对线我觉得其实说实话大家都差不多。
嗯，如果硬要 Unify 选手排名一下，会
那就
怎么排呢？
只能勋第一，然后我第二吧，三把口。
So he said that in terms of strength, he thinks that all three players are actually pretty similar. He thinks that he actually thinks Shun is really strong. He would play Shun above himself because he says that Shun has a pretty deep champion pool, and it's hard for him personally to deal with that. And so the ranking would be first he would play Shun, and then himself, and then Wako. But he says in terms of just pure laning strength, all three of them are at about the same level. So the last time when we spoke to Kai Wing, he said that he needs to shot call you more. So he tends to talk to you more in game nowadays. I want to ask what's the bot comms situation like right now, and also how much of your recent stable performance in playoffs can be attributed to you or to Kai Wing? 那上次就是跟凯文聊的时候，他是说 Unify 最近越需要他的指挥，所以他对 Unify 的话也变得比较多。想问一下，就是现在下路是怎么沟通的呢？然后 Unify 在近期的稳状态，多少是因为个人或者说辅助凯文的功劳呢？
我觉得在下路沟通的话，就是因为我们都很熟悉这种对决，就是软辅对决或者是西维打接力的对决，所以我们下路没怎么沟通，就是大家都会觉得那个是机会的话，就会一起上。然后，近期状态比较稳，就是因为我们这对决打蛮多的，所以蛮熟悉的，所以就打赛很顺手吧。
So he said that actually recently they don't comms as much in the bottom lane because him and Kai Wing are very used to playing the matchups that are popular right now. So for example, the Siva versus Zeri, and then also using squishy supports. It's something that Kai Wing and Unified are very used to playing out. So for example, Siva versus Zeri, the way the both of them see it is if either one of them sees an opportunity, then they'll make some action, but it's kind of instinctive and they both know what each other is going to do, so they don't comes as much. He said that as to why he's able to perform better in the playoffs recently, also attributes that to the matchup and says that this is a matchup that they've practiced a lot and that he's also very used to playing. So today was just the start of the lower bracket gauntlet run. You have to win Friday, Saturday, as well as Sunday in order to be the summer split champions. So is this tough on the team's mental, or what is the team's plan going forward for the next 3 days? 那关于季后赛的赛制，就是 PSG 赢下今天过后，还是得需要赢下明后天才能成为夏季冠军。那 PSG 在接下来这几天的计划会是什么呢？
就是最主要是赢下明天比赛嘛，就是主要目标嘛。
So he said that personally, and then for the team, their main goal for right now is just looking forwards to tomorrow. Being able to win tomorrow's series is the main goal for right now. So, talking about tomorrow, my last question is then how do you think tomorrow's match versus BYG is gonna go? 那最后一个问题就是关于明天要对上 BYG，觉得那会是什么样的一个对决呢？
对阵 BYG 的话，我觉得稍微应该打得蛮激烈的吧，就是在他们之前的比赛看起来的话。
觉得结果会是什么呢？
觉得应该是要么3-2，要么就是他们3，我们2这样。
So he said that he thinks tomorrow the fight over in the bottom lane is going to be very exciting. He thinks that's going to be the most important lane to look out for tomorrow. He thinks that going up against Wako and him, that lane is something to watch out for. And he thinks that the result for tomorrow should be a 3-2, either in favor of PSG or in favor of BYG. All right, thank you so much, Unified, for the interview. And of course, good luck tomorrow. 好的，那非常感谢 Unified 选手接受今天的赛后采访，祝 PSG 当然明天加油，拜拜。
All right, thank you very much, Ruchu. The rare Unified interview. We get some nuggets of wisdom. Feeling a little confident going in the next couple of days, all according to the plan, Clement.
He is a man of very few words, but I feel like I was enlightened by every single one of them. We will win tomorrow. That's the most important thing.
Look, you don't have to sugarcoat it. Like, I know that's a hard concept for us casters because we like the words.
I talk
like
more in my sleep.
Unified is a man of action, all right? He doesn't need to just say things constantly. He does those things. So really exciting to see PSG manage to find that victory, slow and steady control pace. Now they go up against the side of MegaBank Beyond Gaming, and that is where we'll see if they qualify once again to the World Championships or if it will be a new day. In the PCS, Clement, it would be very different. Obviously, CFO await whoever it is in the finals, but we got one heck of a Final 3, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the next match is going to be absolutely huge coming into this one because Beyond Gaming versus PSG, they're very storied squads. They went out to Worlds together last time around, and this time they actually split the regular season 1 game apiece, and the final one was before this surge of League High. So we have a lot of different factors coming into it that I don't really think were there in the previous match that they had. We had Burry play out of his mind on that Lee Sin, and now throughout the postseason, we also have Minji with so many new tools. He's got the Vex, he's got the LeBlanc, he's got the Orianna back. All of the sudden, the traditional weaknesses from Beyond Gaming are kind of gone, and we're looking at this completely new playing field on this patch. So I couldn't be more excited. I feel like this matchup is going to be the hardest one to actually pick.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. The slow and steady control pace team versus the comeback kings themselves and MegaBank Beyond Gaming. Either way, it's going to be an absolute banger, and so will the finals. Next 2 days, just 2 best-of-5s remain, and we find out which teams and in which order we're we're sending them off to the World Championship. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch, to cast, to see this PCS season. It's all so competitive. It's gotten even tighter down to the wire. We saw our number 1 and number 2 seeds today facing off in the lower bracket. It was absolutely back and forth. Deep Cross, they had some great drafts. Unfortunately, the road ends here as they weren't able to pull out the victory, and we do send them off. And all the same, I think they can be proud of what they've been able to build as well. A really interesting team, a really exciting team. I look forward to seeing what they have to offer next. But for our final 3, Megabank Beyond Gaming, PSG Talent, and CTBC Flying Oyster, 2 of those teams are going to Worlds, Clement. It's going to be a good time.
Absolutely. I just want all of them to make it, honestly. They're such good teams. They had great storylines. Beyond Gaming coming back after the complete roster shift. They have only Husha and Kino that are the same guys from their last year run, but they're still able to make it in summer. And then you have CFO out of nowhere, just pulling all the strongest talent, adding Shin in, adding Rest in to what was 2020 Machi. That's just kind of like an old flavor dream come true with a new iteration. And of course you have PSG, who's always just kind of been there, even though it's also a different.
They've also made changes too, right? This is a team that has gotten themselves new talent in the mid and jungle a couple times now, and I do think this iteration is stronger, is better. Is it Maple and River? No, but they are definitely ramping up in power. They are looking good. I cannot wait to see what happens, but we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow. So until then, we'll see you. Thanks so much for watching.